All right, what's up? What is up, everybody? Can you guys hear? How's the sound? We have sound. Doing a little live watch. Everybody has been waiting for this day. Yeah, I wish I lived in Wisconsin. I don't know. Who would you vote for, Yeah? So right now we got Janet Protasowicz at 44.5% of the votes. Then we have Daniel Kelly at 20.8, Everett Mitchell at 8, and Judge Jennifer Doro at 26.7. She's in second. Doro all the way. Why? All right, so let's ask. Why would you guys, those in favor of Doro, why vote for Judge Doro? Is it solely based on the Darrell Brooks case? Do you know the background of her? Do you know these crazy scandals that are going on right now surrounding her? Are you guys aware of all the things? What is compelling you to vote for Doro? And for those that are coming in that might be from Wisconsin, who is your vote? If you're comfortable enough to say who your vote would be. Yeah. Well, let's look at it. So I got a we're the only news outlet that's wrote this. Nobody else has picked it up. All right, let me find. All right, so I'm going to pull up my article, but I'm going to pull up her website as well. Doro isn't. Maybe that's why I only know what I know. Probably. All right, so they only have 15% of the votes in. Let me flip over to this website here. We'll just take a quick little gander over here. Got a few different things. Where's this at? So this one right here. Okay, so Protasowicz has 114,000. So this is a live update, people. 48%. Doro is in a sort of distant second. Crazy. So this is look at all the votes coming in. 23.3% for Doro. Protasowicz is the leader. So these are all the counties. A lot of counties. So not very many have put the votes in yet. 73% of the votes are in Milwaukee, or at least counted. But you already know this is going to be a nightmare. All right, so we'll keep switching back and forth. I do have a video, a little candidate forum that was done like a month ago. I figured we could all watch that together. You can check that out. So let's pull up the judges. We're gonna focus on Doro because I know everybody seems to love her. We'll read a little bit about the others. So this is Doro's website. Very Republican looking. And then just immediately, why is the left attacking Judge Doro? So this is a red flag. This is a warning sign immediately, right? When you just automatically have to go to stuff like this. This is ridiculous. So it says, you've seen the attacks on Doro. The truth is, Judge Doro's tough on crime record has earned the backing of over 100 sheriffs, police chiefs, and prosecutors. So why the attacks? As Mark Belling explains, the left is afraid of Judge Doro. Listen all about it in our new radio ad. So let's listen to this shit.
By Jennifer for Justice. You've seen the attacks on Waukesha Christmas Parade, Judge Jennifer Doro. The truth is, Judge Doro's tough on crime record has earned the backing of over 100 sheriffs, police chiefs, and prosecutors. So why the attacks? Mark Belling explains.
The leftists aren't out there looking for dirt on Dan Kelly. They want to run against Dan Kelly. The person they're afraid of is Doro. She's a veteran circuit judge in one of the largest counties in the state. All of the administrative judges in the state make her the chief of the administrative judges. She's personally brilliant. She's more qualified than Dan Kelly was. The only way this race is going to be won is if A, conservatives are unified, and B, they run the best candidate possible. And that's why I urge Doro to get in. For heaven's sakes, Dan Kelly already lost one Supreme Court seat for the conservatives, and he seems now to be trying to lose us another one. If it's not going to be him, he doesn't want a conservative to be in there.
There's a reason the left is attacking Doro. She's the only conservative who can win. This Tuesday, vote Doro for Supreme Court.
Puke. All right, so then, where to get your little signage, right? And then they go to this facts matter, this fact sheet. So Judge Doro has presided over almost 16,000 cases, but they found 4 to attack her on. Here are the facts of those cases. So the first one, Doro presides over this guy, Holtgreave, Lee Holtgreave. I don't know how to say his last name. Look at Day Drinker, tough on crime. Unless it's crime against children. Right. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, but this person was convicted of an SA crime. So he pled no contest to causing a child 13 to 18 to view S-word activity after he was caught having we got to be careful with the verbiage. Sipowitzing his own crime scene in his car when a Culver's employee brought him his drive-through order. Holtgreave had no prior S offenses and no criminal offenses of any kind for over 12 years. Prosecution asked at the sentencing hearing for the court to impose an unspecified period of incarceration, stayed for 3 years of probation. So this dude is in his car doing weird things to himself, okay? And they're like, we want to just offer an unspecified sentence, but we want the sentence to be stayed. So that means that the person doesn't go to prison, okay? And they start their probation right away. And if they screw up on probation, then they go, okay? So Doro sentences this guy to exactly what the prosecution requested: 3 years of offender probation, which is so it's obviously the S word, offender probation. So it's a more strict probation. Linda, what's up? Yeah, we've been bouncing back and forth. We'll show up some results again in a second. But right now, Janet Protasowicz is at 50.2%. Doro's at 21.8%. Daniel Kelly is at 19 and Everett Mitchell is at 9. So you've got Protasewicz and Mitchell are the liberal judges, and then you've got Doro and Kelly as the conservative ones. So Protasewicz is winning, Doro's behind. Okay, so he gets the S word, offender probation, right? Stricter probation, along with 2 years of prison and 2 years of extended supervision that were stayed. Okay, so she likes to give these sentences and then stay there, stay the jail time and just let them just run around. So, and then she does give them 3 months. This sounds like county time. And then put some, requirements on them. Then you have Michael Liu. This is the most recent one. So mainstream media attacked her on this one. We wrote about it as well. Because this is the part where it's crazy that, you guys got to watch this stuff, right? Where it's like, if there's a Democrat judge that does something, okay, and lets out a criminal or screws up a case or stays a sentence, okay, and then that criminal goes and does something, right? The right just loses their minds, and that's where you get this divide again, like, oh, look at what the Democrats are doing. They're letting all the criminals out. It's bullshit, because the Republican judges do the same stuff, right? It's just that the left is not making a big deal out of it. But it's where the divide comes in, and it's so stupid. And this is where, like, you get those stupid little clips from mainstream media, and then everyone just starts losing their minds. So you got Michael Liu. This is the most recent thing. So this dude has this nasty domestic, okay? And we wrote about it. I'll read some stuff when I tell you guys the article. And she ends up giving him some jail time and says, look, I'll give you 48 hours to report to jail. This dude leaves Wisconsin, goes to Illinois, and tries to off the girlfriend's parents. He ends up stabbing both of them. The dad ends up stabbing him. So all 3 of them are in the hospital now, but he tries to kill the parents. Okay. And Doro is like, oh, I'm really sorry that happened. Like, what the fuck? And then everybody just ignored it. They ignored it. But we're all losing our minds over, well, all these Milwaukee judges let Darrell Brooks out, and they're Democrats, and there's another Democrat judge that's out here that did something, and the right is just losing their minds. But when it comes to a Republican judge, they don't have nothing to say, and they're like, what are you talking about? Like, that judge is so great. Well, no, they just did the same shit that so it really doesn't matter if you're left-leaning or right-leaning judge. Judges make mistakes, right? It just they do. It is what it is. District attorneys make mistakes, right? Then you have this one in 2020, Christopher Gilbert. So Gilbert, a life coach, pled guilty to exploitation by a therapist for having a client he was working with Sipowicz their crime scene in front of him at her home. So if you guys know what I'm talking about, I'm trying to use coded lingo here. Prosecution recommended a withheld sentence. So that's the other sentence I keep forgetting is what it's called, withheld. There's stayed and withheld. So a withheld sentence is basically the same thing as stayed, right? You don't go. But now in a withheld sentence, if you screw up, you go back in front of the judge and you tell them you're lying of bullshit, and you could possibly get, your sentence withheld again. The state sentence, if you screw up, there's no talking to the judge. You go right to prison. Prosecution also asked for 9 to 12 months of jail time and 15 years on the offender registry. Gilbert had no prior criminal record and had testimonials of support from past clients he worked with. Doro followed the prosecution's recommendations by sentencing Gilbert to 3 years of offender probation, along with 3 years of prison and 3 years of extended supervision that were stayed during his probation, meaning that if Gilbert violates any of the terms, he would be sent to prison for as many as 6 years. Doro also sentenced Gilbert to 6 months in jail and 15 years on the offender registry. She also forbid him to ever work again in any capacity as a counselor or therapist. So, here's the thing is, and this is something we should be looking at too, right? So the judge does not have to take what the state says or what probation and parole, when they do their PSI, pre-sentence investigation. The judge doesn't have to take any of that, right? But number one, she's letting out these offenders that are involved in S-word situations and not really doing anything to them. And there's a lot of people that view those types of crimes as the worst type of crime, right? And it's crazy though too. And here's why this happens. So you guys know. In Wisconsin, the recidivism rate for these S offender people, especially when it comes to children, is very low. It's like 3%. So, that's why these guys, it's crazy, because if you're looking at naughty images of the little ones, you're gonna get whacked for like 30 years. But if you're touching them, you get 3 years. That's a common prison sentence in Wisconsin for these types of people. Then you have Tyler Allen. Allen pled guilty to 1 felony and 1 misdemeanor for attempting to take photos with his phone up a woman's dress at a coffee shop, and a separate incident where he touched a woman's buttocks over her clothing while she was using an ATM at a gas station. Allen is a veteran who suffers from PTSD and substance abuse issues. Prosecution recommended a stayed prison sentence, 3 years of probation, 6 months of jail time with work release, and 5 years of offender registry. Doro followed the prosecution's recommendation and sentenced Allen to 2.5 years in prison and 2.5 years of extended supervision that were stayed during 3 years of probation. So she's staying all these sentences for come get the fuck out of here, dude. It's so stupid. All right, let's go back to some live poll results here. So we got Protasewicz up in the lead right now. So Protasewicz is at 47.5%. We got Doro at 23.7%. See, this is a problem. I mean, Doro had her bullshit campaign manager, who's a nut job, run her campaign, and all that did was it eliminated everybody on the left. And when you're trying to go for a position like this, you can't be doing that to both sides. She cut out the entire left. So I'm definitely interested to see how many people that are left-leaning voted for Doro. Let's see, like here in Bayfield County, Protasewicz got 63% of the votes, 56 in Ashland. Where we at? There's Outagamie. Where the fuck is? Here's Waukesha, of course. So Doro gets 45% of the votes in Waukesha. That's where we're at right now. So she's got 41,650 compared to Protasewicz at 29,980. Milwaukee, you've got Protasewicz at 54%. Doro's only at 23%. So Doro is the green on the map, just so you guys are aware. All right, so let's just we got a while here. We're gonna be on for a little bit. I'm gonna play their we got like a little like a candidate forum that we can watch. I'm gonna pop that up. I figure we could take a look at that. Phyllis or Oneida. Hang on. Here, Oneida, you've got Daniel Kelly. So Kelly's another conservative. Price County, you've got Kelly. Forest, you've got Kelly. Doro's not doing good at all. Kenosha, you got Protasowitz. 27 for Kelly, 24 for Doro. Mitchell's just not doing good, which is fine. I'm all right with that. I didn't like that guy. All right, so let's just do like a little rundown of what the stakes are, right? Why this is all so important. All right, so conservatives are defending their 4-3 majority on the court as Wisconsin Democrats seek to flip control of the court to liberal justices for the first time in more than a decade. The race comes in a year when the issue of the A word, about babies, is top of the mind after a dormant 19th century law banning the practice in nearly every situation has resurfaced following last year's U.S. Supreme Court ruling overturning RVW. We got to just be careful with some verbiages here. 4 candidates, 2 conservatives, 2 liberals are running for the primary for a seat being vacated by a retiring conservative justice. So that's Patience Rogensack. The 2 candidates who received the most votes from this primary, they're going to advance to the April 4th general election. So regardless of, whatever their political ideologies are, right? So if there's 2 conservatives that go, then you'll have 2 conservatives going up against each other, 2 liberals, whatever. So the winner of this year's Supreme Court race will determine how the court will rule in the future on significant policy debates in Wisconsin. High-stakes cases with statewide or national implications often end up at the court, including lawsuits over voting rules, the state's legislative boundaries, and in 2020, the outcome of the presidential race. So kind of crazy out here. They were 1 vote shy of overturning Biden's win. 1 vote out here. Democrats have consolidated their support behind Milwaukee County Judge Janet Protasowitz, who is outraising her 3 opponents combined, including $295,000 between just Tuesday and Thursday of last week. Since entering the race in 2022, Protasowitz has raised $2.3 million for a record. She set a record for a Supreme Court candidate. Dane County Judge Everett Mitchell also is running with the backing of liberals, but has raised much less than Protasowitz. He's only raised $223,000. Conservatives have been less unified during the Supreme Court primary. Kelly cannot stand Doro. He hates her. So splitting their support between Waukesha County Judge Jennifer Doro and former Supreme Court Justice Dan Kelly, who lost his seat on the court in 2020 to liberal Justice Jill Karofsky. Doro has raised around $756,000 since entering the race last fall. So she came in kind of late. And she's raised about $756,000. Kelly has raised about $467,000 as of Monday. Nearly $8 million has been spent on the race in the primary alone, according to state campaign finance records and a tally by WisPolitics.com. Wisconsin Supreme Court race is expected to break state and national spending records by April 4th, surpassing the $15 million record set in Illinois in 2004. The stakes of this year's state Supreme Court race range from how routine cases like criminal appeals are decided to watershed rulings, including deciding whether doctors may terminate pregnancies within the state's boundaries and whether Republicans will continue to control state legislature by wide margins. Challenges to the state's election laws leading up to the 2024 presidential election will also end up at the high court, as will lawsuits filed after a winner is chosen. The court came within one vote of overturning President Joe Biden's win in the state in 2020. So I said that a minute ago. Should one of the two liberal candidates in the race prevail in the April 4th election, Republicans fear a mountain of lawsuits will file that seek to undo conservative policies and past rulings favoring GOP interests. So we got a big GOP kind of run out here. A liberal-controlled court could agree to repeal former Republican Governor Scott Walker's signature legislation known as Act 10 that eliminated collective bargaining abilities for most public employees, squelch the state's private school voucher programs, or adopt new legislative maps that give Democrats more votes on the bills. Wisconsin Democrats are motivated to flip control of the court after the conservative majority has ruled to adopt gerrymandered legislative maps that favor Republicans, ban voting practices used most heavily in the state's liberal centers, and uphold collective bargaining restrictions. Supreme Court seats are officially nonpartisan, but candidates run as conservatives or liberals with campaigns that are backed by the state's political parties. Two of the largest outside donations are from Fair Courts America, a super PAC underwritten by billionaire and GOP mega donor Richard Elaine, for $1.79 million. The group is backing Kelly. The liberal group, A Better Wisconsin Together, is spending $1.22 million on ads attacking Doro. Turnout, let's see, Marquette pollster, nobody gives a shit about that. That plus the millions, shut up. Okay. The last time a state Supreme Court justice was elected in a non-presidential year was Justice Brian Hagedorn in 2019. Turnout was 27% in the general election in 2019, a race in which about 6,000 votes separated two of the candidates. As of Monday, 194,890 absentee ballots have been returned, including 53,858 from early in-person voting. In Milwaukee, elections officials have received 18,105 returned absentee ballots, including 4,848 from early in-person voting. Republicans in the 8th State Senate District will pick their nominee for a special election to fill the seat of longtime Republican Alberta Darling, who retired last year. State Reps Janelle Branchin of Menominee Falls and Dan Noddle of Germantown and Thiessenville Village President Van Mobley are competing to take on Democrat Jody Habush. So this is the state Senate. Jody Habush Sinekin of Whitefish Bay. The seat represents north and northwest suburbs of Milwaukee. All right, so that's a lot of that. All right, let's go back. Where are we at? So we're at 46.5% for Protasowitz, Doro at 23.4%, Kelly at 22.3%. Close between the two of them. Kelly. So Waukesha and Racine counties have 95% of their votes in. 95% in Kenosha, 95 in Walworth and Eau Claire, Jefferson, Sauk, Buffalo, Florence, Menominee. So almost got a lot of votes in for there. So Doro really just did fine in Washington County and Waukesha. She went up as far as into Green Bay. We've seen her out there. That's all Kelly way up north. It's kind of interesting though, because you've got Kelly with so much more of this map, but Doro is beating him by basically a point. So they got 59% of all the votes in. All right, so let's see. In the chat, there is, so we have some links going in the chat. There's a Judge Doro article. So let's read. You guys can read the article. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read some of it. So it's about her campaign manager, and her campaign manager's name is Amber Schrader. So Amber is exactly what the article says, a far-right extremist. She's one of these crazies. And she's not a very good person, and she's dishonest, and she lies, and she spreads a lot of conspiracy theories and rhetoric. There's a lot of crazy shit. So we all saw Doro during the Brooks trial. Who's the pink? That's Kelly. April. So Daniel Kelly is the kind of pinkish color. Protasowicz is purple. Doro is green. And Mitchell is orange, but he's only got 7.7% of the vote, so he's not doing well at all. So anyway, so we saw Doro obviously during the Brooks trial, right? And then everybody fell in love with her, right? Everyone hated her at first, and then they fell in love with her when they all realized what she was doing, and then she announces the Supreme Court run, and then she starts doing all these interviews, right? So this is all very strategically timed. And it's crazy because, and I said this, we were on another platform that had reached out to us. They wanted to use one of our videos, and the young lady had asked very nicely, like, hey, can we use this video, whatever. I said yeah, and then she invited me to come on and talk. And a lot of people, this is what I was trying to say, is that if you're not from Wisconsin, you have no idea the stuff that was happening out here, right? And following the Darrell Brooks situation, because it very coincidentally happened 2 days after the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict. So it was said that it was a revenge attack for Rittenhouse being found not guilty. Then because lunatic over here has some BLM posts on his Facebook page, now this is a BLM terrorist attack. Okay, and none of that is accurate. All right, none of that is true. Okay, Law enforcement has debunked that. Everybody has debunked that except the people on the right. And the issue is that they used that situation to politicize the right's, campaigns. And in the previous election that we just recently had, they used all of that stuff as smear campaigns against the left. And they put out a lot of very racist, like nasty campaign ads. But everything was so political. And all these politicians, they weren't coming on here talking about, look at what happened in Waukesha. Like, this is bad. We feel for the victims. We feel for the families. They weren't doing that. They were just talking about how everything was terrorist and the left is terrorists and all this bullshit. Right. And we had talked about on this other platform, and we've written about it before, but we had talked about how there was a bunch of neo-Nazis that were coming out, and a massive spike in white supremacy. And that's the thing, is for all of you that don't live in Wisconsin, like you may not know any of this stuff, and it made a lot of people suffer. And Black people were getting attacked. They were getting their property damaged. It was like, fuck, dude, it was absolutely horrible. Let me pull up this. Show you guys. I don't have all these pictures on the laptop, but I have them on my other computer. But we put them in the articles. So here, but before I jump off this site, I wanted to play this one more time since we were talking about this. So again, how the right just politicized the entire Waukesha tragedy, right? And this is why I didn't go. I got, I was in Kenosha, and everyone started freaking out when this happened. And they're like, dude, get the fuck to Waukesha. And I'm like, I'm not going. I'm not filming that. And certain live streamers went out there and they started filming, and, everyone was watching their shit and fucking, oh my God, we love you. And it made people, with the clout and the bullshit. And I wanted nothing to do with that, because that's not why we're here. So we played this earlier in the stream, but I want to play this part one more time, because I want you to listen to this, how they're using the Waukesha parade incident. Okay. And this was a big thing, because a lot of people were like, they looked at Doro and they were like, I don't know, this is kind of shitty that she's using her, fame and notoriety off the Waukesha tragedy to now go for Wisconsin Supreme Court. And listen to the first part of this ad.
Paid for by Jennifer for Justice.
You've seen.
Let me pause right there. Jennifer for Justice, and we wrote about this in the article that we wrote. Jennifer for Justice, okay, for all the people on the left that were watching protests and supporting protests, and when fucking Rock Nation and Jay-Z and all them fucking came out, okay, Jennifer for Justice is Jay-Z's partner in all of that shit. And I tried telling everybody, do not support that, because it's a money grab, and that's all it is. And nobody listened, and everybody was losing their minds, like, oh my God, Jay-Z is, pro BLM and blah, 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 whatever. And they raised millions and millions and millions and millions of fucking dollars. Okay. And what is Jennifer for Justice doing? Supporting a right-wing extremist lunatic fucking judge. Okay. So here, listen.
In the attacks on Waukesha Christmas parade, Judge Jennifer Doro. The truth is,
you see how they got to put that in there?
Judge Doro's.
By Jennifer for Justice.
Listen.
You've seen the attacks on Waukesha Christmas parade, Judge Jennifer Doro.
Why do you got to mention Waukesha Christmas parade? Enough. It's just shitty, dude. It's shitty. So it's politicized, and she's going for her notoriety, and they're throwing that in. It's just ugly. Absolutely ugly. All right, so here's some stuff that, you guys that don't live in Wisconsin, you guys don't know. Okay? There's some graphic shit in this article that we wrote. You can find this on our website. Okay, Never.Stop.Voices.com. Okay, so this coalition leader out here receives this death threat. Okay, and then we're gonna kind of talk about like this massive spike in white nationalist activity that happened out here. Okay, so Laura Byfeld, president of the Burlington Coalition for Dismantling Racism, right? We filmed them. You can find it on our YouTube channel. We've got some videos of Burlington School Board. Okay, that was a whole big fucking ordeal. So she's coming home from a trip when she opens a disturbing piece of mail. Byfeld, who also serves on a city task force to improve race relations, said she was deeply troubled. So she opens this envelope, and on the inside of it was this letter. I'm not going to read it out loud. You guys can obviously see it. The video, let me pull up the video. So there's a link. You guys can check the video out. So let me just switch here.
So I just received this cute little
We blurred it out because of the address and stuff.
envelope. I just realized those are like ornaments. To open it and be like, what is this? And then this is what it says. What the actual fuck?
So, yeah, so that was that. So, you know, again, the reason that we're showing you this is because this is the stuff that happened. Oh, yeah, conveniently, Potasowicz shows up on my. We'll play her little thing here in a second. Where are we at in the live count? So we're at Daniel Kelly has now jumped above Doro, 22.9. Show you guys that. So we still have Protasowicz at 46.6, but Kelly is at 22.9. Doro is at 22.7. 63% of the votes are in. We're going to keep watching. All right, so back to this coalition thing. So you guys can read the whole thing. So she gets this death threat. So here's an image from the school board meeting that we filmed. Again, you can find that up on the YouTube page. So it says that, you know, we Never Stop Media first ran into this woman following an incident at a Burlington school where a female black child was pushed down the stairs and spit on by fellow white classmates. Students also burned the N-word on school property. NSM filmed the school board meeting following this incident where several white parents showed up with All Lives Matter signs, met with opposition from a local protest group called the People's Revolution, who we have filmed many times before. The White Lives Matter crowd was led by local parent Adrian Melby, who runs the organization We the Parents. One of the school board members, Taylor Wishaw, sported a Blue Lives Matter mask and has been a vocal adversary against Byfeld's work of having a more inclusive Burlington. So if you're not from Wisconsin, Burlington, Wisconsin is a very racist fucking town. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. So incidents like this are not rare in Southeast Wisconsin. And in fact, we have seen a spike in neo-Nazi and white nationalist activity following the Waukesha Christmas parade, where Daryl Brooks drove through a crowd of parade participants, killing 6 and injuring over 60 others. Brooks was found guilty of 76 charges, including intentional homicide, and is awaiting sentencing, where he faces 6 life sentences plus 859 years. So this is obviously before he got sentenced. So, you know, again, the event followed the Rittenhouse thing, blah, 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 whatever. So then here we have Republican Party leaders like Terry Dietrich gave an interview for a documentary by a white supremacist group, Terror in Waukesha. The film was promoted by the National Justice Party, a group that formed in August 2020, classified by the Anti-Defamation League as a neo-Nazi organization. The group fixated on Waukesha after the parade tragedy, along with the neo-fascist group Patriot Front, held rallies in Waukesha. As recently as July of this year, officers of the Waukesha Police Department were still monitoring white supremacist activity, including stickers with racist symbols that appeared in public places. So we have some emails from open records requests. A local Waukesha bookstore had a black stuffed life-size doll placed outside their doors with racist stereotypical features. So there's the picture there. And then it talks about what the email says. So you guys can go read this. On December 8, 2021, a recruitment video for the base was posted on the group's Telegram channel. According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, the base consists of small terroristic cells, often motivated to mobilize more covertly than groups like the NJP. It is not a group that seeks to build popular appeal, blah, blah, blah. More emails. So then this also happened in Waukesha with this resist black terror thing. Black families in the city of West Allis reported that someone was damaging property and leaving behind threatening racist notes, warning them to leave the neighborhood. In April, William McDonnell, 54, was arrested and charged federally with using force and threatening to use force to injure, intimidate, and interfere with the housing rights of multiple people because of their race. Reports of White Lives Matter flyers being distributed in the village of Greendale have surfaced online. Photos posted to a private Facebook group focused on the community show a small piece of paper inside a sandwich bag reading, "Watch Europa, White Lives Matter, and it's time to take a stand." The city of Kenosha also cited a man who was scattering anti-Semitic flyers around neighborhoods. So here's the Europa Facebook post thing. And then out here, this is in Milwaukee. Last week, Milwaukee mural for George Floyd was vandalized. They like painted over it. And then the artist that drew this came out, fixed it, and then they came back and fucked it up again. Wauwatosa experienced similar letter distribution during the 2020 protests from a group calling themselves the Whites for Wauwatosa, which we covered in our deep dive live stream kind of docu-series thing that we did. So Wauwatosa in the late 80s, early 90s used to have these racist Martin Luther King Day parties. And it was all like the officers and all of that. And so you guys should watch that. If you haven't seen it, you can go to the MLK party playlist on our channel. So it's a lot. It's a 3-part series. It's pretty deep. All 3 parts are like 6 hours. So just kind of a quick little rundown of the stuff that was happening following the Darrell Brooks thing, right? And then so then we come back to the Doro article. So here we talk about Michael Liu. So this is the guy that she said, you know, turn yourself in 48 hours later, and he went and tried to kill the girl's parents. So then this is her campaign manager. This is Amber Schrader. And then, so she lives out in Mequon, Thiessenville area. Okay. So for those of you that, you know, maybe you watched, right, like all the CRT stuff that spread across the entire country. Okay. And then all these parents that were attacking school boards and losing their shit at these board meetings. Okay, so the history behind all that started here in Wisconsin. Okay, that's where it originated, and it originated from Doro's campaign manager, Amber Schrader. Okay, so what Schrader did is the school, when they were, having these like Black inclusive people coming in, the school board sent out these emails and said, hey, we're having a sit down to talk about all these different, topics and all these things. So if you want to be part of it, like, show up, on this day, whatever. So Schrader and her bestie, they file an open records request for the email list, 3 different email lists. The school board says you can't have those emails, they're private. So Schrader sues them. Okay, and then they're, out here, they're protesting, and the police can't stand them. They can't stand this group at all. And the police tried to tell them to stop. They can't be out there with their signs and they're protesting and doing all this stuff. So they threaten to sue. They hire a lawyer and they threaten to sue that their First Amendment rights were being violated. Now, I agree with that. I think that was proper because we're big on that, right? We're big on that stuff here. It doesn't matter. We always get attacked. We always get asked, like, if Nazis were out there saying shit, would you go out and film them? Yes, I would, if their rights were being violated, right? Just because we don't like what somebody says doesn't give anybody the right to infringe on other people's rights. So I agree. They threatened to sue, and the police department backed off. So, but they sue for these records, these email lists, and after this big long thing, they end up winning. And what she did is she took the 3 lists of emails and they sent out their own emails to everybody on those 3 different lists and spread a bunch of rhetoric. It was a bunch of misinformation and disinformation about what was happening in the Mequon-Thiessenville school district. Okay, and they tried telling that these people that like their scores and everything were so low because of all this equity stuff and blah blah blah, and none of that is correct. None of it. It was all false information that they were sending out, and it created this just massive fucking uprising. And then what they ended up doing is they did a recall on some school board members, and they were trying to get Amber's bestie, Scarlett Johnson. They were trying to get her elected on the school board so that they could bring in their very far-right extremist ideologies. Okay, so all that stuff started here. So when you guys started seeing that in all these other states across the country, you can thank Wisconsin for that shit, and thank Judge Doro's campaign manager. Okay, this woman is a fucking nut job. She's an absolute nut job. So we got some videos of her up on the page on the channel. You guys can watch that. Okay, so this whole thing. So we've got all these little pictures. And then this other organization, so this Black organization, and I'm going to talk to you guys about this because I didn't write an article on it, but I'll explain that in a minute. So this organization called Bridge the Divide, okay, so them and then Amber Schrader and Scarlett Johnson, these 2 groups they're fucking like arch enemies. They're going after each other. Trying to give you guys like the simplified rundown version. You guys can come in here and read in depth the articles. So Amber has tried to help people with their campaigns before. She's tried to do all these different things, and she fails. She fails at everything she does. She sucks. So I don't even know why Doro would have allowed her to be on her campaign. And especially, here's the concerning part. Doro talks about how, in all the interviews, she talked about how, I'm for everybody's rights. I'm inclusive to everybody, right? And she dodges a lot of questions. She answers things very vaguely. And when you hire somebody like Amber Schrader, who is just an absolute whack job, right? Like this woman, she's dangerous. She's absolutely dangerous. And so is her little bestie, fucking Scarlett. These both of these women together they're nuts. So it makes you kind of question, like, oh man, is Doro really not that sweet, right? Maybe she's kind of fucking dangerous. Doro knows who these people are, right? And then we went and we looked at, Scarlett's fucking Twitter account, and it's nasty. It's absolutely nasty. And there's rhetoric that she posts, a lot of misinformation, a lot of very far right, extremist, radical fucking viewpoints. These are the same people that, they're backed by all these big GOP people, and these are the same people that are running around on January 6th type shit, right? It's this type of mentality. So, and Amber is part of this. So there's this national organization called Moms for Liberty. Okay, and the Moms for Liberty, they're another very dangerous group. So Amber and Scarlett run the Ozaki County chapter of the Moms for Liberty. Okay, and they post all this like anti-LGBTQ stuff. They pretend that they're not little junior white supremacists. But I mean, if you look at Scarlett's Twitter account, it's just filled with racist bullshit. White nationalist shit. I mean, it's absolutely horrible. So, and then, we talk about, so Doro does all these interviews. And then on the Facebook page, the, for the judge, Doro posts the Wisconsin Right Now article. So this is ran by Jessica McBride. And she's another one. She's as bad as Kevin Mathewson out in fucking Kenosha, who's just a real fucking winner. So McBride is basically, she's a far right journalist. She's a professor at a college out here. She teaches journalism, and she's got her own outlet called Wisconsin Right Now. We found a video of her actually out in Kenosha during the riots, questioning people, just basically when she got her start. And so anyway, so Doro posts the article that McBride writes about her and like personally thanks her. And what's crazy about this is that McBride in her outlet is known for pushing right-wing conspiracies, not reporting facts, writing defamatory and false light articles, and then intentionally ignoring crucial details when writing journalism pieces. So when you have an outlet that is not truthful in what they write, and you're literally leaving out details to stories, and it pushes a narrative, it pushes an agenda, and Doro is backing this person and thanking them. And there's tons of shit that Doro and McBride did together throughout this entire campaign. It's real fucking dangerous. Then we get into Amber Schrader and who Amber Schrader really is. So her real name is Amber Bushy. Now, it's alleged that Amber had an affair and with this guy, and broke up their marriage, marries him. That's how she gets the last name Schrader. Okay, McBride does the same shit, so no wonder everybody's all fucking besties. They're all little marriage breaker-uppers, right? The bargain effect, is this what the Dems do all the time too? I mean, I think both sides are fucked, really. right? I mean, both sides are fucked. So Amber, her real name is Amber Bushy, and you get into Amber's background. This is absolutely insane. So she wants to be a model, right? Many years ago. She fails at that. She's basically lost at everything she's touched. Okay. The family sucks, right? An incident in 2018 involving Amber's father, Larry Bushy of Moortown, was charged with reckless endangerment, unlawful mischief, and unlawful trespass. The incident occurred at a camp owned by a Walter Murphy. Vermont State Police had received a call that people were trying to break into camps on Old Gulf Road. While Trooper Krista Maurice was en route, she received reports that a man had fired a warning shot into the air and then learned that Murphy had heard gunshots and a man yelling outside his camp. The man couldn't get into the building because all the doors and windows were locked. State troopers said they found Bushy carrying 2 guns on the back porch of Murphy's camp. After a brief standoff, police said Bushy was taken into custody without incident. Murphy, they had a standoff, but they took him into custody without incident. Murphy and his family were not injured. Bushy was arraigned August 3rd in Washington County Superior Court. Now, there's an incident involving Amber's brother, which is no better. So this fucking clown gets indicted by a grand jury for this big giant conspiracy to distribute oxycodone, right? So there's a whole thing, dude. There's a whole thing on the brother. So it's really fucked up. Then we get into, back to Doro is protective of everybody's rights. She's all inclusive of everybody. She's about the Constitution, right? So we find out that there's a very famous case, the 2003 Lawrence v. Texas decision by the U.S. Supreme Court, where Doro writes in her application to be appointed a judge in the first place that case was a case of judicial activism at its worst. So in that case, the high court ruled that a Texas law criminalizing consensual sexual conduct between same-sex individuals was unconstitutional because it violated the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. Doro said the court went well beyond the 4 corners of the U.S. Constitution to declare a new constitutional right. So she disagreed with that. So she's and then, again, based on a lot of other stuff, she's anti-gay, she's anti-LGBTQ. So here you have, somebody that's going to is trying to be on the Wisconsin Supreme Court who is, not inclusive of everybody. That's dangerous. That's problematic. And it becomes problematic. So, I don't care what everybody's thoughts are on gay people and whatever. You guys have your own fucking thoughts. Don't post it here because don't put me on a fucking rant. But, it's just, it becomes dangerous too when you look at that stuff, because especially with the shit that Amber is doing, what Scarlett is doing, and these are people that Doro is hanging out with, okay? These just absolute fucking nut jobs. So you get into a situation with Daryl Brooks, and if it can be proven, which we've shown some stuff, if it can be proven that she's not inclusive and she has a bias and a prejudice towards minority groups of people, then you got Fort Brooks dumbass who's already, fighting, trying to go for an appeal. And now we're giving him more fucking ammunition because we have a judge who is not who the fuck she pretends to be, right? Not the judicial reasoning. Yeah. So Doro, so that's the other thing too, right? So Doro said she's a judicial conservative. Okay. So Conservative judicial philosophy proposes the idea that the United States Constitution supports certain laws being made by the executive and legislative branches of the U.S. government, not by the justices and judges of the Supreme Court and federal courts. Okay, so that's kind of the textbook definition. Okay, so the philosophy adheres to the decision that the Constitution is a fixed document, right? So that means that you take the Constitution for its literal meaning, okay? And that's a big thing. So that's another big like divide between the left and the right? So it's the right takes the Constitution at, you know, this is the text, this is the literal meaning of it, and this is what we go by, this is what we live by, right? Whereas then you have on the left, where the left is basically they're taking the interpretive meaning of the Constitution, right? And it's not a fixed document because society has evolved in all these years later that we have to start sort of adapting the verbiages that are on this document and what those forefathers, you know, were trying to build when they were building, you know, America, right? So it creates more divide. But the problematic part of the whole philosophy and thought behind this whole like judicial conservative shit and this literal meaning of the Constitution and stuff. So this is where you have that far right extremist viewpoint, you know, right? And all these people that had the "We the People" tattooed on them and the flags flying, and these are the same groups that were showing up at January 6th, right? So these are the ones that broke into the Capitol. These are the ones that started beating the fuck out of Capitol Police, and so it's this mentality, right? It's this mentality, this very far right extremist, far right radical fucking viewpoints, and this is the fucking this is really who Judge Doro is. So it's kind of fucked. You're confusing originalism and textualism as conservative judicial reasoning. I'm not. It's literally the textbook definition of that. Textbook. All right, let's see where we are in the voting. 72% of the votes are in. It looks like Doro's picked up Sheboygan County. 34% for Doro right now. 32 for Kelly. 31 for Protasowitz. Some of these counties are Fond du Lac. Fond du Lac is very, very conservative. This is so the TikTok articles that we wrote about Savannah. So she's from this area here, Fond du Lac. So this is a very like white fucking country out here. Outagamie. This is a county that showed up to Kenosha during the riots. Manitowoc, they were out there. Sheboygan was out there. Fond du Lac was out there. Washington was out there. Waukesha was there. Walworth was out there. I think Brown was out there as well. I gotta look at my list of agencies. Marathon was out there. Oneida was out there. So I mean, you see like where Oneida is on the fucking map, and then you have Kenosha all the way down here. So you had Villas was out there. So you had like these sheriffs that were coming in from like 6 fucking hours away and then being sent home, told that they weren't fucking needed. Kind of fucked. All right, so we got 46.3% for Protasowitz. So she's a liberal. You got 23.9 for Dan Kelly, conservative, 22.2 for Jennifer Doro, conservative, and Mitchell is at 7.5 liberal. This popped up. So we'll play this here for a minute. So this is Protasowicz.
I've been there. Got my favorite restaurants all over the state. All my favorite cafes, from La Crosse to Manitowoc to Sheboygan. You name it, I've been there. I can tell you people are ready for a change. And I don't think we would have seen the election results we've seen today, but for the fact that people are ready for a change, right? People are ready for a justice who believes in fairness to all. Thank you, Jim. I can promise you, I will always make decisions based on the law, never on partisan extreme beliefs. And that's exactly what I've done my entire career. I was in the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office for about 25 years, been on the bench for almost 10 years, and that's what I've spent my life doing, upholding the Constitution and following the law. I work very hard to uphold the laws of our state, to protect victims, to hold criminals accountable. That's what I have done. And I can assure you that as a member of our Supreme Court, I will always be fair and impartial. I can't tell you how I'll rule in any case, but throughout this, values are. And that's because I believe the voters of this state deserve to know what a candidate's values are. I value a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. I value our democracy. Thank you, Kathy. And I believe that every Wisconsinite deserves to be fairly represented. Your vote matters. Everybody's vote matters. And the Constitution, our Constitution, guarantees the right to vote and to have a representative democracy in this country. I value public safety, and I believe that everybody deserves to live in a safe community. We need to uphold our laws, protect the rights of victims, and hold offenders accountable. These are not partisan values. It's common sense, right? Common sense. At this point, we don't know who my opponent is going to be in April. It's too early to tell. The results are still coming in. But regardless of who it is, we know I'll be running against someone who doesn't share my value. I'll be running against someone who doesn't think women get to make their own reproductive rights. I will guarantee you that my opponent, if elected, will uphold the 1849 near total abortion ban. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee you we will elect someone who does not care about our democracy, who does not have the same values. And that is why we need to win on April 4th. With your help, we can make that happen. And I'm counting on all of you. We only have 6 weeks. I'm not taking a day off. I'm not taking a minute off. I'm going to ask all of you to do the same thing. We can celebrate tonight, right? But after that, we are full speed ahead for 42 days. And the reason we're not even taking a day off is because everything we care about, and as I've told people across this state, everything we care about is going to be determined by who wins this election. So join us at janetforjustice.com. Talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors. Make sure they know just how important this race is. Together, I know that we will prevail on April 4th, and we will bring change and common sense to our Supreme Court. So thank you to all of you. I look forward to talking with you tonight. Thank you for coming out here on this kind of cold, just starting to snow evening. And let's go win this thing. Thank you, everybody.
Billboard, baby, do a leap and make them dance when they come on. Everybody looking for a dance.
All right, so they're over there partying like a motherfucker. Is the primaries Doro worse than her opponent, or is there an open? She. What do you mean? What do you mean by worse? What are you asking me, WTD? Let's play this since you guys fucking. Where's this fucking video? This video here. See if I can get this to play.
Pepto-Bismol just got a whole lot cooler with Pepto Instacool. It coats, cools, and relieves.
Hard on these website ones.
Pepto-Bismol Instacool. Fast cooling relief you can feel.
In 5 days, voters statewide will head to the polls if they haven't voted early to select the 2 candidates who will move forward in the state Supreme Court race. And this week, we're introducing you to those 4 candidates. Earlier today, Lee Mills spoke with Judge Jennifer Doro. She's been a Waukesha County judge since 2011 and recently presided over a case that received national attention, the trial of Darrell Brooks.
What do you want voters to know about you and your priorities if elected to the bench?
I am someone who brings more judicial experience to this race than any other candidate, having served now 11 years on the trial court bench. I've been a chief judge for going on 6 years now, and I've been chief of the chief judges. So that means I've been appointed by the Wisconsin Supreme Court to address some administrative issues among the trial courts. I have more law enforcement support than any other candidate. I have over 100 bipartisan sheriffs, police chiefs, and prosecutors. It's actually more than 4 times these 3 other candidates combined.
How has serving as a Waukesha County judge, you mentioned this a little bit in my first question, but to be direct, how has that specifically prepared you for the state Supreme Court?
People who come before me know that I'm well prepared, that I will keep an open mind, and I will let the law guide every decision that I make. And they know that I'm committed to fairness because, frankly, they've seen me in a very unique way when I presided over the Waukesha Christmas Parade attack trial, where in some very unusual and at times challenging circumstances, I was committed to fairness, firmness, order, and justice. And that was for the accused and also to ensure that the rights of the victims were protected during that case as well. And I think when people look at that, what I hope that they see is that commitment that I have to fairness and impartiality, because that's what I've been doing for 11 years. Whether there's 1 million people watching me or there's just a couple of people in the courtroom.
on your campaign page, you highlight support you've received from law enforcement. Now there's this new TV ad that accuses you of letting criminals off the hook. How do you respond to those new attack ads that are running against you?
Well, I hope the viewers understand that those are negative attack ads from outside money. Those are people that are painting a misleading picture of me. I mentioned I've had almost 16,000 cases. They're looking at 4 cases out of context without providing all of the information. Your viewers can find out more about those cases by going to judgejennifer.com. There's a fact sheet on our website to explain those cases. But I think it's very clear who the front runner is and why other people or outside interests who have an interest in this campaign and the race. I think that's why they're doing that. I know that's why they're doing that. They know I'm a strong candidate who has an unwavering commitment to be fair and impartial, who's been very tough but firm with the court cases that I've had in Waukesha County over my 11 years.
To watch Lee Mills' entire 15-minute interview.
It's so, dude, it's so stupid. Fucking, oh, these are people attacking me that have outside interests. So does she. She has outside interests too. This is where like politics. This is why like I really don't get into politics on this fucking channel because they're both sides are fucking stupid, and they attack each other and they spread bullshit rhetoric lies about each side. She's over here talking about, oh, there's outside money trying to fuck with me, but she's got outside money trying to fuck with them too. It's just like, get the fuck out of here, dude. All right, let's go back to some stats again for you guys. So 84% of the votes are in. So Protasowicz, so we saw she's advanced. 46.2% of the votes for her. She's got 387,448. Now, between the two conservative judges, because the other liberal, Everett Mitchell, he's just done. Not a big fan of him anyway. So you got Daniel Kelly at 205,200. What? Just updated. 205,472. So he's now at 24.4%. Doro has 184,566, 22.0%. So she's 2.4% behind conservative running mate Daniel Kelly now. I'd like to think my article had something to do with this. Ha ha ha. All right, let me address this because who's the guy that was in here? I'm assuming this is a right-leaning person. The bargain effect. Are you still here? Is the bargain effect here? Yes. Okay. So can I ask you? Are you like we just use stupid simple verbiages here? But like, are you on the left or are you on the right? I kind of put you in a category based off your comment. So if I'm wrong, fuck me. But Linda says it was a great article. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys want to read the article in like full, like it's on there. It's a lot. It's pretty heavy. So I'm gonna explain. I kind of want the answer to this question though. And we've kind of talked about this a bit on the channel. You know, and especially the last couple of weeks where, you know, I've made it a point, right, where we've attacked a law enforcement agency, Wauwatosa PD. Honestly, I'm not 100% either. I think they're all messed up. If I had to pick one, I lean more right in most cases. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I get put in a category of being on the left because there's a lot of left things that I do support. But there's a lot of right things that I support as well. So for me, I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of situational. I just kind of go off like, you know, I guess what morals and values that I have. Just trying to be, good to fucking people. All right. So the reason I asked though, so I kind of figured you were more right leaning. But yeah, I agree with your comment. I think both parties, and I've said this a million times, right? Both sides are full of shit, and both sides, tell the truth, right? So we wrote this Doro article, and this has been out, and lamestream media has been too afraid to touch this. Nobody will touch this topic with Doro's campaign manager, exposing her for who she really is, and the fact that she's running Doro's campaign. And believe me, I was kind of saddened by this. Right. I'm generally not for Republicans and conservatives and all of that. They're, I've met some very nice conservative people, but for the majority that I've met, this is my own just personal in what we've done on this platform and hundreds of fucking protests and the whack jobs that I've had to encounter and that fucking stalk me. And, I'm just generally not for that side. But I'm also, generally not for any fucking side or group of people that try to use me for some political bullshit. And let me know what you guys think. I want to get your guys' opinion on this. Okay. So, we put out a press release because we had a law enforcement department, Wauwatosa Police Department, who we've done a lot of stuff where, my company is one of the media outlets that is ripping Wauwatosa PD apart and helping with a lot of lawsuits that are happening against that department and all these things. And Wauwatosa has used my videos twice to charge protesters. One of which was, it was pretty legitimate. We ended up filming the situation. It was a peaceful protest, and then everything was done, and some of them decided they were going to kind of fuck around. And they were fucking around in the middle of the street, out in Wauwatosa. And, for me, I had this decision. Do I fucking film this or do I not? Right. And it's one of those catch-22s where it's like, if I film this is going to be problematic for them. But if they get hit by a fucking car, like, we're going to need this on film. So they end up charging some people. They used my video. And now we have another situation where Wauwatosa PD names me in a criminal complaint using my video. Now that, mind you, they've got tons of other social media videos. My video didn't even capture the incident that they're talking about. But they specifically named me instead of naming the other things. So we put out a press release and basically went pretty hard at TOSA, right? We don't tolerate law enforcement agencies that come after us. So, and I've made it a point on this platform to tell you guys that we're independent. So there's never a corporate interest. There's never a narrative. No group or individual or corporate entity is ever going to push a narrative or an agenda. That's why we don't take sponsorships. We don't take money from these different entities, right? That's why we ask you guys for donations, okay? Because we don't make money, right? There's no money to be made in what I do, right? We're a viewer donation-based platform. We've turned down sponsorships from from companies and other things, because I'm not going to have somebody tell me what I can and can't do, what I can and can't write about, where I can and can't go to film, or stories I can cover, or, you know, any of that. Awesome, Linda. Thank you. I appreciate it. So here's my dilemma, and this is what I want to talk to you guys about. So we write this Doro article, okay? And it was pretty upsetting. It was a tough one for me to write because I like Doro, you know, and then we found out about the campaign manager, and Doro is siding with these kind of belief systems, and it's really fucked up. And then we get another tip from a confidential source, and we get this tip, and it's that the campaign manager, we broke this already. We put up like a breaking news on the Facebook. We did it during a live stream. I think it was during the Mark Jensen case in Kenosha. We put up like a little banner, breaking news. So Amber Schrader was being investigated by law enforcement for some alleged criminal activity. So naturally, what we do, we investigate stories, and we either, you know, our job is to prove or disprove something. So we put up the breaking news because we knew for a fact she was being investigated for an alleged crime. Okay. Now, I don't want to tell you guys the details, but basically the crime that she is being investigated for, it's so fucking crazy. It has to do with people's rights, okay? And potentially, allegedly, somebody violating somebody's rights who's campaign manager for somebody who claims that they're for people's rights, right? So the fucking irony in that. And we did our investigation. We wanted to get this story out before today, because we also knew that if we put this story out, plus the Doro article that we already wrote, right, because this has been widely spread across the state, that this was going to affect this campaign. And, you know, who knows if my article is affecting the campaign or not, or whatever, but, you know, maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know. So here's the thing. So we get, I'm just going to hold it up so you guys can see, so you know I'm not full of shit. So we get a CD, which is, I'm dropping shit all over the place, which is not in the, where's my camera? Fuck. Which is not in the sleeve. It's in my CD player. And then we get all the, I'm going to hold it this way so you can't see the fronts of these pages. All these documents, all these papers. There's a whole stack of fucking papers. Okay. The CD is some body cam video, and the papers are a bunch of reports and all these things about this investigation for Amber Schrader, Doro's campaign manager. Here's where I'm at. The investigation is real. Okay, that part's real. And Amber won't comment. She won't respond back, which is fine. We love that. I like when we either get no comment, like, right, like, where they're like, I have no comment, or they just fucking blatantly ignore you. We've sent Amber emails. We've sent her text messages, right? She knows who I am because we tried to actually do a documentary on Doro before we found any of this shit out. So she knows who I am, and she's blatantly ignoring our request for comment. Now, doesn't necessarily mean somebody's guilty. Doesn't necessarily mean somebody's innocent, though, either, right? Through my investigation, what I believe happened, okay, is that Amber Schrader definitely did something, but we don't know how she did it. I can't prove it because she won't fucking comment. And the evidence we can't get a hold of the actual evidence because she refuses to give it to us. You guys take it for what it's worth. Okay. So then, because of whatever she did, okay, and we have video that we could show, and I mean, there's. I'm trying to not go into I'm trying to be vague. We have video of some stuff that she's doing, and then we have an accusation of where that stuff came from, and that's this alleged crime. Okay. Now, through my investigation, I'm really fucking good at what I do. Here's where I'm at. I think somebody took a situation, not knowing exactly what it was or how it came to be, and then went on social media and created a rumor, okay, based on it could have happened type shit, right? It's very plausible that it is factual. It did happen. It's very plausible. But I think that they don't know, and they created a rumor to incite an investigation to then use that to create a smear campaign. And then because I wrote a Doro article, okay, and I'm viewed as an ally to the left, approached me with this whole story, thinking that I'm dumb as fuck, and I'm just going to be like, ooh, juicy, and let me write the article and fucking get it out there without doing my due diligence as an investigative journalist, right? And legitimately investigating a situation, and tried to use me for an agenda to be part of a fucking smear campaign that nobody can prove, including law enforcement. So I never wrote the article. And I talked to a few people, and I was like, here's the gist of it. I'm gonna be viewed no matter what. Like, I'm fine. Everybody hates me anyway. I don't really care about that. But I'm gonna, like, everyone's gonna fucking hate me. The right will hate me if I write this, and then the left is gonna fucking hate me if I write this. I'm gonna get fucking attacked. And I'm just gonna write it honest. This is what we found. This is what we believe is happening. And then, like I just told you guys, I believe somebody tried to use me to fucking, for an agenda and to create a narrative to do a smear campaign to fuck with this election. I don't do that, dude. I don't fucking do that. And when we approached the source, right, and was like, hey, so I got some stuff, I need to ask you some clarifying questions type shit, right? I was like, I'm reading this, I'm looking at these things, and I'm kind of confused on how the story goes from this to this, and then now we've got an investigation. Like, can you just help me here? Like, let's put the pieces together, right? Like, walk me through the thing. And I was met with a lot of fucking attitude. And I was like, whoa, dude, like, what the fuck is going on? And they were like, you know, basically don't want to talk to me anymore. This is my source, and they don't want to talk to me now. So now I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And it ended up being, you know, basically it ended up being a lie that was said to me on the phone. And I was like, no, that's not accurate. Like, you're making shit up now. And they like attacking me on the phone and like, no, you know, you went off and did this thing, blah, 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 whatever. And I was like, that's not anything that fucking happened. You approached me with this story. You handed me a bunch of shit, whatever. I investigated it like I would do any other article. And I'm asking questions now. And now the tone that you're giving, like, something's up. Like, I'm uncomfortable with this whole thing. And they basically changed the whole story and tried to make it seem like I just went rogue. And I ended up screenshotting all these messages and all this shit, and I sent it to him, and I was like, look, man, like, you fucking, this is what the conversation was. This is what you sent me. And now we're chatting again after I've found the evidence, and you're changing everything. Now you don't want to talk to me. Something's wrong. Something's off with this whole fucking thing. So tell me you got the phone call recorded. I have evidences. So I guess that's my dilemma. So I pride myself in being like, I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care what side you're on, right? You're not going to control me. You're not going to control the narrative that I put out, right? You're not, you damn fuck sure not going to use me for a fucking agenda and some fucking smear campaign. Dude, I was pissed. I was beyond pissed. And, you know, out of spite, I was like, you know what, dude? Like, and you guys already know, those of you that have been here for a long time, you guys already know how I am. If you're on some bullshit, I'm going to warn you one time, knock it off, and then you keep going, I'm going to put you on public blast, right? And then I will. I put you on blast all over the fucking internet. I don't care. So I was like, I started to fucking, I loaded up the live stream. Dude, I was angry. I was angry. And I was like, I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm going live right now. I'm telling everybody exactly what's going on, right? Because I tell you guys too, you get full transparency over here. So, you know, then I was like, wait a minute, calm down, dude. The last time somebody fucked with you and you got angry and fucking started talking shit on a live stream, you ended up in a fucking restraining order court and then had to fight for 5 months to fucking win and prove that, you know, the person fucking lied. So I'm like, let's just calm the fuck down. So I get on the phone. I made a few phone calls. I'm like, this is the situation. What do I do? I had a couple people tell me, bury the story. I had a couple people tell me, fucking go, just do it, put it out there. I had a few people, you know, because I was like, dude, I got to put myself in the fucking article this time so I can get the full picture out, right? Otherwise, I'm just writing this story of, hey, Judge Doro's campaign manager under investigation for alleged criminal activity, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing. Recite some laws, whatever. And then it's just, you guys are up for interpretation and you don't know if it's true or not. And, you know, we could have put all the stuff and but not whether it's true or not. It's, like, we're all just left with a cliffhanger. There's no, like, there's no definitive answer. There's no outcome. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know what to do. So I'm asking you guys, what do you, should we just talk about it? Should I just tell you what's up, or should I write it? Should I write an article? What do you guys think? Let's see. Let's go back with some votes. We got 90% of the votes in. So Protasewicz, looks like, and Kelly is going to advance. Doro is looking like she's going to be knocked out. Protasewicz at 46.3, Kelly at 24.3. So right now they've got Protasewicz and Kelly advancing, Doro and Mitchell knocked out. Now, remember, guys, the night of elections are never 100% official. They got to do some counts. You already know people are going to be demanding recounts. And knowing Doro's fucking campaign manager, she's going to make Doro pull a fucking Trump, and every fucking county is going to have to do a recount. Bargain Effect says, I would blast it in an article. I don't know. I got a lot of people that are going to fucking hate me. I get a lot of shit anyway. I'd be interested in hearing you share here. As to writing the article, I'd be concerned that you would be playing into the hands of someone with suspect motives. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing, though. I mean, if I tell you guys or if I write it, I mean, if I tell you here, if I just tell you exactly what it is, it's fucking one, it's not going to be as powerful. Two, I'm going to do it in a way that it's not the most professional. You're just going to hear pissed off Kevin. And I'm also concerned about the source because the source likes to fucking file lawsuits. Say it, forget it, write it, regret it. I mean, either way, it could be a regret it or a forget it. Either way. Either way could be fucked up. So I don't know. There's 10 of you. We already know there's one lunatic in the background fucking hanging out. We're over here getting attacked. I mean, I'm probably gonna have to do a fucking video tomorrow and upload it and be all transparent with you guys and tell you guys what's going on in the background. Because we got some serious shit happening in the background too. It's not good. It's not fucking good. So I'm probably you guys know I like being transparent. I don't hide shit. So you know the risk better than we do. Yeah, it's a risky one. It's a risky article. I guess it's just for me, I don't like the position that somebody tried to put me in. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that. That bothers me. And I kind of want to write the article where, again, it is a legitimate article. It's a legitimate investigation, right? She is being investigated for an alleged crime. And if the crime is accurate, it's so ironic that the crime that she would allegedly be committing directly contradicts fucking what Doro stands for. So it's just like, what the fuck, dude? It's so crazy. But then also at the same time, it's one of those things where it's just like writing the article in the tone and demeanor that I would write it in. It's one of those, don't fuck with me. Don't come at me. I don't care who you are. If you come at me in some bullshit way and try to use me for some fucking agenda, right? For some like corporate interest, for some fucking smear campaign, for some, whatever your political advancement is, like, I'm not doing that. That's not what we're here for, right? We expose corruption within systems. We highlight civil rights violations. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of one of those things too, where it's just like it's a warning to fucking people. That's why we put that press release out to Wauwatosa PD. That's why we also put Kenosha on blast recently with the fucking militia member that shot at a Bearcat in Kenosha during the fucking riots, right? That went out heavily that it was a rioter, and it wasn't. It was fucking militia that did that. And Kenosha refused to fucking investigate. So we just recently put Kenosha on blast. So it's just kind of one of those, I don't know, dude. I don't know. So there's 12 of you here. What do you guys, if I tell you now, I have to write about it and put it up tomorrow. I gotta get it out. So just put a yes if you want to know. I just feel like if I don't write this, and especially now that I'm talking about it, and I've talked about it a little bit before, but I just feel like if I don't write about it and talk about it, that I'm not being transparent with you guys, right? And that goes against everything I believe in. You know what I mean? Grandkid says yes, but I'm afraid for you also. Hey, you know what, dude? With the other thing that's happening in the background, I mean, I may not be around for a while, so I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. Linda says I'm mostly worried about your safety. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I've had, safety issues since fucking August 2020. So more safety issues is, it is what it is. Listen, somebody's gonna shoot me at some point. I mean, that's just, that's just where it is, guys. That's just where it is. At some point, somebody somewhere on some side is gonna fucking off me. All right, that's just where we're at. There's nothing we can do about it. I just don't like, I don't know, dude. I just feel like, I mean, like I said, I just feel like if I don't write it, I'm not being honest. And like, I even thought about it where it's like, all right, you know what, dude, I'm not even gonna write this story because it's not a story, but it is a story. You know what I mean? And I've written some of my own stuff too, my own personal experiences with, being in protest world and what, basically how I'm experiencing things, trying to do journalism, but how I'm experiencing shit as a fucking human being at the same time. Right. I mean, you guys have read those articles. Those are up there. If you think you're going to lose this platform because of what you're doing tonight and what's in the background, then do what you have to do. No, I mean, I'm not gonna lose the platform. I mean, I will if I'm not around for a while. I don't know, dude. I've prided myself. Is that a word? Prided? Somebody look that up. Is that a word? It sounds weird saying that, but it sounds right at the same time. We've prided ourselves for being transparent, fully transparent on this platform, 100% for years. We've always been transparent. I pride myself. That sounds way better, doesn't it? I pride myself. I pride myself on being transparent and open with you guys about everything. I mean, we can get into some shit. We can get into some real shit. I mean, I gotta get into some shit. Oh, you're an ex-English teacher. Have you asked your other friends like Mercado for their opinions? No, because I don't talk to any other streamers. But yes, I've asked other friends, people that are close to me, what I should do. Again, several people. Several people were on board with being upfront, writing the article, being upfront and transparent about what happened, and people trying to use me. Other people told me not to write it. And part of the problem is I already put it out there. So it's not like we can just forget about it and hope it fucking goes away and nobody ever questions us on it. The problem is I already put it out there. Know what I mean? Who else is here? Who's all lurking in the background? Type. We should have 9 people typing. 8 people now. But we should have 8 people typing. So I want to see 8 people. Is WTD still here? Peace, love. What's up? I'm still here and listening while working. Bargain effect. Is this your first time here? I've never seen your name before. Rearranging living room, but listening. So we have Linda, grandkids, peace, love, April. That's 4. Where's the other 4? Oh, and bargain. That's 5. Where's the other 3? Who else is here? How are you, Kev? Kev is not good, actually. Kev is not good. 93% of the votes are in for Doro right now. Melinda. All right, Melinda. We'll call you Melinda. I wasn't sure if it was like Grandma Linda, like that. I mean, I kind of, from the PayPal, I saw, but I didn't want to like say. I'm like cautious with people's names. But we can do Melinda now that you put it out there. Daniel Kelly 24.3, Jennifer Doro 21.7. So Doro is a few points behind. Kelly is the projected winner, and so is Protasowicz. Definitely looks, Protasowicz, I'm gonna definitely say she's fucking got it. Dude, Doro hasn't done shit. She hasn't done shit. I mean, she's only got 3 counties, bro. She got Waukesha, Washington, and Ozaki. Of course, though, she has Ozaki because that's where fucking Amber Schrader and her lunatics are. So, of course, she has this. I told you, dude, I said this from the beginning. I said this in my article. I said it in my article. Let me see. Let me get you guys the exact verbiage. Where did I say? What did I say? I say it in here. These dangerous types of mindsets are not good for any American, whether you're Democrat or Republican, with dozens of Republicans removing themselves from political figures who share these very same dangerous views, including those backing away from Trump right now. Republicans across the country are starting to realize that they will not win any elected seat if they align themselves with viewpoints like this. It makes me wonder why Judge Doro still has this person as her campaign manager. Even traditional conservatives are saying dangerous viewpoints like these are too radical for conservative beliefs. So I guess since Doro continues to allow Amber Schrader to run her political campaign, then Doro must also align with dangerous far-right political extremists. And instead of conveniently, vaguely answering questions, I think the constituents of Wisconsin deserve to hear real answers to real questions, especially when Doro's Supreme Court seat is going to dictate the rights of both conservatives and liberals who reside in Wisconsin. There's a part, though, that I put in here about her alienating the entire fucking left. I've said that. I'm pretty sure I said it in here. It's somewhere in this long ass article. But for somebody, you know, for a position like this, and you have to get the left on your side, you're fucked. All right, so what you guys want to? What do you want to do? Do you want to hear? I got two stories to tell you guys. If you want full transparency, I got two stories to tell you guys. One is like fuck everybody, and the other one is I kind of told you all this was going to happen, and we're here now, and it's bad. It's not fucking good. It's not good. I fucking warned everybody this was coming. Bargain Effect says, tell us the story. All right. You want the Doro Amber Schrader story first? We'll tell you that one first. Let's get a second vote. Grandkids. Get a second vote for the stories. We might need a little whiskey. All right, here's the first story. So this is the article story. So I get approached by a source, and they say, I got some fucking juice for you. I'm like, holy shit. So they tell me that Amber Schrader is being investigated for violating people's privacy. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. Do tell. Because that's interesting. If she's violating people's privacy, right? you have a right to privacy. And if she's violating people's privacy rights, but she's campaigning for a judge who's big on people's rights, the irony behind that is fucking insane, right? And it just makes Doro more of a fucking liar, right? So I'm like, okay, tell me the situation. So here's the story I get. At a board meeting, Amber Schrader, so there's some argument over a fucking city ordinance about fencing around pools. That's what this whole thing is about, fencing around pools. So the premise behind this is stupid as fuck. So Amber Schrader likes to pout and stomp her feet when she doesn't like city stuff. So she's at all the board meetings. She's the loudmouth person that's at the board meetings, right? If you ever go to board meetings, not board meetings, but like the city hall meetings and like all that type of, well, she goes to board meetings too. She goes to all the meetings, all the city government meetings she's at. Okay. She's that person. Okay. And if you read the Doro article, you already know she's that person, and she'll fucking file lawsuits, and she's filing open records requests and doing all type of shit. So there's this pool fence ordinance, and she doesn't want to be a part of it. She doesn't want it to affect her little shindig at her house. Okay. So she has pictures of people's backyards and a fence or lack thereof a fence with the pool and all the things. Okay. And she has pictures of people's fucking shit. And in the board meeting, she says, and she holds up her little papers like this. And she's like, I have all the pictures and I'll show them to you. I'll email these and whatever. I took all the pictures. So that's that. So then we hear that she took these pictures and they're of people's backyards, and you can't be filming people's backyards. And she used a drone, allegedly. Okay. So now in Wisconsin, okay, no, you're fucking, there's drone laws in Wisconsin. It's so stupid, dude. So now there's FAA things, there's licenses, there's permits. You got to have a certain drone. It's got to be X amount of feet. There's all type of restrictions. It's ridiculous. So the allegation is that she used a drone to fly over people's property and film their backyards. And now she has pictures to fight the city council fucking shit. Okay. So I'm like, this is petty as fuck. But if Stephanie, what's up? But if this is the you know, if this is what's really happening, right? It's illegal. It's a class A misdemeanor here in Wisconsin. You can't do what the allegation is. You can't do it. You can't be flying drones over people's backyards and filming their shit. And in public, when you film, you can only film what the eye can see, right? So I can stand on public and I can film whatever the fuck I want as long as my eyeball can see it. I can't take my phone or my camera and zoom in, right? I can't zoom into something because technically the eyeball can't see that. It's an enhancement. So there's all these restrictions. There's all these things. Okay? And then you have the whole drone thing. So I'm like, man, this is crazy. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll start looking for this. So I filed an open records request with the police department. And that's why I told you guys. We got a body cam video and we got a bunch of documents. So I'm looking at the documents. I've got police reports. Okay. We have emails. Okay. And the emails, we had already gotten the emails before, and that's why we put out the breaking news. Okay. So we got all this shit. We got emails. We got pictures. We got text messages. And then, you guys like to be on these little, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Bear with me, guys. Steph, where'd you come from? How'd you hear about us? Hang on, guys. All right, we're gonna wait for that answer there. Welcome. We're just we got some new people in here. We like to know where people came from, how you heard about us, all that fun stuff. Okay, so anyway, so we got emails, we got pictures, we got all these things. And you guys like to be on these, fucking weird social media sites like Reddit and Nextdoor and all these weird ass sites that you should probably get off of if you're on them, because they're not secure. First off, they're unhealthy. Second off, they're not secure sites. There's a lot of very dangerous shit that can happen with having accounts on those sites. So you probably want to be off of all those sites. So if you guys remember, I showed you an invoice during one of the live streams that we needed like $25 for an open records request. And that's what this was. So we got it, and then we went to go pick up the records because they refused to email anything. And that's what it is. Like these police departments, right? Especially when it's like a little independent, right? If national media wanted this shit, they just fucking email it. But because we're a little guy, they want me to come in because they want to see my face. And if you guys remember, those of you that might have been here, I read you the email where they said, yeah, your stuff's ready to be picked up. Here's how much it costs. Like, if you're coming in, just bring an ID. And I was like, why do you need to ID me? And they're like, because we want to make sure that we're giving the paperwork to the right person. And I'm like, well, I'm the only person that's asked for this. I filed an open records request. I put my name and my company name on there. And I'm telling you that I'm coming to pick this stuff up. So you don't need to ID me. That's a violation of Wisconsin open records law. I'm just going to come in and ask for the fucking records for whatever the name is under the fucking thing. Okay. And then she proceeded to kind of give me a little bit of a hard time. And then I said, okay, now we got to push back. And we put the law in there and the statutes, and, that we'll file a lawsuit if you're going to fucking push the issue with me over stupid fucking papers. So she didn't push the issue. She's a very nice woman. She was fine. Whatever. She was Johnny on the spot, super fast, one of the fastest records people that we've ever dealt with. But it was kind of offensive about the ID thing. And as soon as I came back with the Wisconsin law, then she kind of shut the fuck up pretty quick. So anyway, so I get these documents, and I'm reading all the documents. And I'm going, what the fuck, dude? I watched the body cam video, and it's heavily redacted, okay? Heavily. And it's not a big deal because you can still hear everything that's being said. You just can't see people. And then when there's personal identifiers in there, it's fucking muted. It's redacted out. So, and then I took the video and then I basically blurred it even more, right? We added our own redaction to it. So I'm reading everything, and this is how it starts. Thanks, Stephanie. Appreciate it. So on one of these specific apps, somebody makes a comment about a helicopter flying over somebody's house and how fucking loud it was, and is asking everybody else in the neighborhood if they saw the helicopter and how low it was to people's houses and how loud it was. And other people on this ridiculous app start talking about a helicopter, and fucking it could be the Flight for Life helicopter because that's part of the route that they have to take. Nobody could say why it was flying so low. Other people didn't hear it, which I thought was odd too, that other people didn't hear it. You guys know what a helicopter sounds like, right? Who, raise your hand in here by typing I don't. I don't know what a fucking helicopter sounds like. put a it's loud if you know what a helicopter sounds like, right? Even when they're fucking, 5,000 feet in the air, you can hear it. And if they're low to the ground, that is really loud. Okay? It's really loud, especially when there's buildings around. Okay? Because the acoustics are bouncing that fucking sound everywhere, and it's loud. Like downtown Milwaukee, obviously this is a little bit different because it's big, tall buildings, but I was walking to work one day and they had a helicopter that was carrying a sign to put a sign up on the roof, and the fucking bouncing off the fucking buildings. It was so loud. It was crazy. So one person hears a helicopter and everyone else has 18,000 ideas about the helicopter. And then randomly and conveniently, somebody interjects themselves into a helicopter conversation and says, well, your neighbor has a drone, right? Maybe it was the drone. So now the conversation shifts into drones. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, now mind you guys, I'm really good at what I do, okay? But this is fucking remedial, all right? This is remedial. My fucking 8-year-old could figure this out. So I'm like, how do we go from a helicopter to a drone? Okay. Then what happens is the drone thing gets spread around to this certain, let's just say, how do we say this? This certain BLM style group. Okay. To more people in the group. And then that somehow helicopter turned into a drone, rumor mill spreads, and then now gets put on this fucking lunatic, Judge Doro's campaign manager, Amber Schrader. So I'm reading this shit and I'm going, how the fuck did we go from a helicopter to a fucking drone? Who the fuck is the person posting about the helicopter? Who's the person who's now come into a random conversation about helicopters, talking about drones now? And then this gets reported to law enforcement. And I'm going, bro, what the fuck? And then there's images and paperwork in the law enforcement documents that we got that were not sent to me via my source. Very conveniently weren't sent to me all the stuff that left out the helicopter. And I went, what the fuck? So we do a little more digging. We look at some more stuff. And then I've pretty much made up my mind that this was plausibly... All right, bro, have a good one. This was plausibly a created, fabricated story in order to, create a smear campaign. So I call the source. Well, I sent a message first. Let's be factual. I sent a message and I said, "Hey, do you have some time to talk?" And they said, "About what?" And I said, "Well, I got the records from the police department, and I'm a little confused on some things. I just wanted to walk through some stuff with you just for clarification before I write the article, get all the details and the facts straight, whatever." So they tell me they're busy. I said, "Okay, no worries." But then they call me back literally within a minute. They call me. And I was like, "Oh shit." Like, "Okay, cool. Like, I thought you were busy, but I guess not, whatever." And I answer the phone. I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" And I say, they're like, "Nothing. What's up?" Just like that. "Nothing. What's up?" And I'm like, "Whoa." I'm like, I go, "Yeah. So I got the records and, I wanted to talk to you about it." And she goes, "What records?" I go, the Amber Schrader stuff." And they go, "I don't know what you're talking about." I go, "The fucking drone stuff with Amber Schrader." And they go, "Okay, I don't know what that has to do with me, and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." I'm like, "Are you all right, bro? Is everything all right?" And they go, "Yeah, I just don't know what you're talking about, and I don't know what it has to do with me." And I go, "You contacted me about all this. I told you I was going to get the records. I got the records. I wanted to talk to you about what I got. And I'm looking at stuff and I'm kind of confused and I'm trying to get some clarification because I want to write this article in the next day or two. And I need to get it out before the 21st, before this fucking election." And they go, "Okay, but again, I don't know why you're calling me." And I go, "Is everything all right, dude? Like, do you want to talk another time? Like, what's going on? I don't understand the attitude." And they're like, "I just don't understand why you're calling me about it." I'm like, "Because you're the one that fucking contacted me about this whole situation. And we agreed I'm going to write an article after I verify facts. I'm trying to verify more facts now before I write anything, because that's what I do." And they go, "Okay, so what do you need?" And I go, "Well, I have a body cam video, and I'm assuming that it's you in the body cam." And they go, "No." I go, "This isn't you?" And they went, "No." So I gave some details, and they're like, "No, that's not me." And I go, "So this is somebody else?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "Can you tell me who it is?" And they said, "I'd prefer not to." I said, well, it's not somebody else, it's you. So if we're going to do this, I need you to be honest with me. Okay. So, after several more minutes and saying some other stuff, they finally admitted it's them in the body cam. First lie. Okay. Plus the fucking, I don't know what the fuck this has to do with me. So I'm already on a red flag. Now for me, just so you guys are aware. Okay. For me now, this turned from a source to now I'm investigating your ass because something's wrong. I don't like where this is at. I don't like the tone. We're denying shit now. I don't know. Like, no, now we're going into full investigative fucking mode. Right. And now I'm sitting here like how I used to do, and I'm interrogating people now, right? So I'm very polite. I'm still asking questions like, hey, do you want to do this another time? Is this a bad time? Like, is everything all right? Something wrong? And, still met with some attitude. So then I start asking the questions. Look, I'm looking at this document. This document over here says this. I'm looking at this thing over here. This whole fucking comment section thing is talking about helicopters. And then somebody talks about a drone. Okay. I go, same as I just asked you guys. I go, I'm just confused on how we went from a helicopter to a drone. And then how that turned into people committing crimes and police investigations. You got to connect the dots for me. I'm confused about how a helicopter does not sound like a drone, and a drone does not sound like a helicopter. I don't care how fucking close or far away you are. Neither one of them sounds the same. So they get real snippy with me, start arguing with me, telling me, well, I didn't tell you to do any of this shit. I didn't tell you to fucking write no articles. And I'm like, excuse me? I go, you gave me the information. You initially asked me not to put anything out. Then we had a discussion. You said, okay, yeah. Right? And then fucking, I told you what I was going to do. I put out the breaking story. And then you're over here with some fucking bullshit telling me that you didn't tell me any of this shit. And she goes, look, I don't want to talk to you. I'm hanging up now. Don't bother me ever again. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? So she hangs up. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So now I'm pissed. Okay. And I go back into the conversation and I start screenshotting everything. So I'm like, she's going to fucking delete it all. I'm going to screenshot the shit out of this. So I screenshot everything, but I screenshot 3 important messages and I sent them to her. And I said, these messages right here contradict everything you just said to me on the phone. So I'd like to know what's actually going on. Otherwise, I'm going to write the story my way. And you're probably not going to like that. And she says, don't contact me again. Now you make me uncomfortable. I was like, now you're fucked. I don't care. So this is where the dilemma comes, where I'm like, motherfucker, dude, I just got used to write a story. Right. And now Doro, I was a fan. So yeah, so that's that. And like I said, I called some people and that's the story. So the investigation is accurate. The investigation is true. And there could be some fucking privacy right violations. But we can't prove that. And law enforcement can't prove that because Amber Schrader is a dishonest person. And she's not very forthcoming with anything to prove or disprove the allegation. Other than, I don't know what the fuck anyone's talking about. And then on the other hand, besides the far right extremist lunatic. On the other hand, I've got fucking left-leaning groups that tried to use me to write an article to help with a smear campaign so that we could affect the Judge Doro election. And I didn't write the article. But now I think I probably have to, because I'm telling you guys about it. So when I put out like the press release about Wauwatosa PD, and then I put out the fucking thing attacking Kenosha for not investigating the law enforcement, I'm not sure if I understand. Were you talking to Amber? No, we tried to talk to Amber to get her statement, because she's the premise of the story. She's the one that's allegedly committing a crime. No, I was talking to my source. It'd be one thing if we were talking to Amber and she was like giving me a bunch of attitude. But no, my source that came to me with the fucking story that gave me evidence now all of a sudden doesn't know what the fuck anybody's talking about and doesn't want to talk to me. It's odd, right? It's very odd. Why would, like, you came to me and then all of a sudden you have no idea what I'm even talking about. It's weird, right? Does that sound like maybe they got caught doing some shit? For me, this is what I literally believe. I honestly believe that they did not know how deep I was going to go into the investigation, and that I was like thoroughly going to investigate it. I wasn't going to just be like, oh shit, cool, and put out a bunch of she's definitely doing this. Yeah, Melinda, that's exactly what I think. But I think it's deeper than that, where because I had already written the first Doro article, that they I think they saw me as an ally to their agenda and their fucking smear campaign. That's the part that pisses me off. So it was like it's a group of people and an individual specifically, but that was trying to use me for a narrative and to put out a fucking agenda to benefit them and affect other people. So, look, if Amber is doing these things, it's obviously bad. And like I said, it's really bad if she's violating people's rights and she's campaign manager for someone who pretends to be for everybody's rights. It's fucking problematic. And the public needs to know that. But on the other hand, if you created a scandal intentionally to push out a smear campaign, I think that's fucking problematic. And I don't know, that's got to be something with law enforcement, I would think. I don't know if that's filing a false police report, because it's a legitimate issue, but did you just create the fucking narrative? Because like I said, she's at a board meeting. We have the video. She's at a board meeting and she's holding up papers and she's talking about pictures and addresses and I have all this stuff, whatever. And then says, I'll email it to you guys, but she never emails it. So city council fucking can't give us anything because they never received anything. And we also verified that with law enforcement, because law enforcement tried to get it too from city council, and city council said she never fucking emailed us. So for me, as just Kevin and not Never Stop Media, let's just make this part clear. For me, I look at that like, okay, you're on some bullshit now. and you've done something that is not on the fucking up and up, that you're not emailing this stuff over because you did something wrong. That's my thought. Now, Never Stop Media's thought is, we don't know if she did something wrong because we can't fucking prove it. But it is very suspicious that she didn't fucking send over the things that she was saying she was going to send over. And has also not provided those things to law enforcement. It's also very suspicious. So for me, I wanted to write the article like that. Basically, she's being investigated for this. Here's the filming in public, First Amendment laws and rules and all that. And then here's all the FAA fucking flying a drone in Wisconsin rules and laws. And then basically put my source on blast. For what appears to be an intentional fucking rumor just to create an investigation to be part of a smear campaign to affect an election. I think it's a fucking juicy story. But everyone's going to hate me. Now, if I write it, it's going to sound way more professional and it's going to sound way cleaner than how I explained it to you guys. I was trying to be like vague, but it's hard to tell the story and be vague. Yes, they are 3-ring circuses everywhere. They are. And dude, it is. It's both sides. They're fucking, it's crazy. When there's like, look, when there's a legitimate argument though, like I get it. It's, yeah, I mean, do your thing. But some of the stuff is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Fucked. All right, I gotta get a drink. You guys ponder and let me know if I should write the article. Because it's going to be written in very Never Stop Media fashion. And very, very tone heavy. Let's see, where are we at on election day? 95% of the votes. We got 46.4 for Protasewicz, 24.3 for Daniel Kelly, 21.8 for Doro. Doro is dropping out. We're dropping down. Let's play this again for those that weren't here. We'll play this and then I'll tell you guys another story. It's a really bad story. See if I can get it to play. Oh, here we got Doro.
Hyundai Elantra versus Toyota.
See, we went too long with the story. Let's listen to what Doro's got to say.
Believe that the voters in the state of Wisconsin will want someone who's fair and impartial and not someone who will turn our court into a legislative body. That's just not what our court system is all about. I want to thank all of you for supporting me, for believing in me, for believing in justice. There's so many people that stepped up to be on my team. Amber, my campaign manager, thank you so much.
See what I'm saying? Guys.
Mark Rawl, my...
Let's pause. Dude, we just spent forever talking about Amber Schrader. And Judge Doro has stuck with her on her campaign. I called it too. I said, there's no way she's going to win with this lunatic. And she stuck with her. My article was shared all over the state of Wisconsin. Mainstream media was too scared to pick this story up. We even sent it. We sent it to all the... I sent it to every fucking corporate media outlet, and every one of them said they were not touching this story. Bunch of scary ass little pussies.
Consultant and strategist who I couldn't be up here today and have done any of this without. To Catherine, my communications director. To Dan Morse, my finance director. To Eric Toney, who the best Uber driver ever. And really who I got to know, who's now a friend, who without I couldn't have done any of this as well, of course. To the folks that I would call my kitchen cabinet, two people in particular, actually three, Teresa, who I work with every single day, and I've been my friend for almost 20 years. John Macy, Candy Arndt, my family, my parents who couldn't be here tonight, my sisters here, my extended family, friends, so many of you. I didn't write a list of all the people I would want to thank, but I know you all know if you stepped up. There's people who volunteered to drive me. There's people who, supported me in so many different ways, bounced ideas off of, I have people who are now my lifelong friends that I never would have had had I not done this. Standing up for the state of Wisconsin is never wrong. I tell my kids all the time, if good people don't stand up, then the wrong people get into office or the wrong things happen. And so that's why I did what I did. I love this state, born and raised here. I will continue to love her. I will continue to pray for her. And the last person I want to thank is my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, without whom I wouldn't be here at all.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
So thank you, everyone. Let's all get behind Dan Kelly. Let's make sure we come home with a conservative justice on April 4th. Thank you.
Well, that was that. Get the fuck out of here, dude. So Doro concedes, basically. That's what that sounded like. She gone. All right, I'm gonna brag a little bit. We're gonna pretend that our article had something to do with blocking her. What do you guys think? You wanna join in on that idea? Dude, I'm just saying, I called it, man. I said, first off, it was real sad. It's unfortunate. And it shouldn't have been that way, dude. Should have been. It should have been a slam dunk for her. And hiring Amber Schrader was the wrong thing to do. And even more, going with these very insane political beliefs is also the wrong thing. I think it may have. It was truly well written and well organized. I found it compelling, and I'm not from Wisconsin. Thanks, Melinda. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Very cool. %95 of the votes are in all these counties. Oof. And it looks like Ozaki went to Protasowitz. Wow. Dude, Amber couldn't even fucking secure her county. Lunatic. Doral had that county earlier. And it flopped now to Protasowitz. There's a lot of people, if you guys, in that article, that Doral article, so we put a link to Amber talking about her rhetoric and referring to black people as coloreds. And then there's another link to basically a counter protester talking about how basically exposes Amber for, telling all the residents a bunch of fucking weird rhetoric, conspiracy theories that are not true. All right, let's see. I wanted to play this earlier. We got to chatting about a bunch of other shit.
Attendance shows it. Want to thank our sponsors, of course, State Bar of Wisconsin. Thank you very much. We do a debate, Attorney General debate and Supreme Court debate with the State Bar every time there's an important race. So candidates, the winners who emerge will be invited, and I hope you'll nod your yes right now that you will be part of the State Bar debate.
Yeah, 955.
Yes, there you go.
So let's see.
All right. I did my job, Larry. All right. I also want to thank our other sponsor, of course, the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty. Thank you very much, Will, and all your guests for being part of this event. Okay, so this is not a debate. It's a forum. So I ask you to, please refrain from jeers or boos or wild applause.
So as of 2023, it's an estimated 5.92 million people in Wisconsin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, West Allis kind of area. So like the area that I'm in and Doro is in. Estimated population of 1.55 million.
Or shouts of joy. Just try to keep it contained, okay? Please. Please silence your phones if you can. This is not being live streamed. It's being recorded for a full broadcast later today by Wisconsin Eye. And when we get the link, we'll post it at our site, and we'll also distribute it in our products. So you can go to wispolitics.com later on for that. So again, silence your phones. Thank you very much for attending. I'm now going to turn it over to the co-hosts of a Wisconsinite program that we are also part of called Rewind. J.R. Ross, he's the WisPolitics.com editor, and Emily Fannin, she's the Capitol Bureau Chief for Channel 58 out of Milwaukee. So please welcome them and the candidates.
All right, so I will begin just talking to you guys about the format that we'll be doing today. Each candidate will have 90-second opening remarks. And
as of February 3rd, 3,606,453. It looks like.
And each will make a statement in alphabetical order. We did draw names in the back on who will be going first for opening remarks. So with that, we have Everett Mitchell who will be going first. Then we will be taking questions from myself and JR, and then we'll be gathering some questions from the audience to wrap up this 90-minute debate. All right, well, with that, we'll start with opening remarks. So Judge Everett Mitchell, you can begin.
Well, good afternoon, Wisconsin. Good afternoon, yes. My name is Everett Mitchell, and I'm running for Wisconsin Supreme Court because I believe our state deserves a justice that reflects the diversity and ideas and values of our entire state. For too long, partisanship has separated us so that we're not able to have the representation that Wisconsin people need. And as judge, since 2016, I've learned that justice is not just what you say, justice is what you do. And I believe that we need a justice that can represent what that means for our state. I've worked hard as a judge to be tough, but fair. I've worked hard to be proactive in our community rather than reactive, to address public safety as the needs of Dane County heads on. Like a couple of my opponents here, I've been a former prosecutor and now a judge, handing out punishment when necessary, but giving out hope when it's entirely needed as well. What separates me from my opponents is this: I've also worked with community leaders, faith leaders, school officials, LGBTQ leaders, police chiefs, sheriffs, and rank and file officers to take on crime, to stop it before it starts, and to prevent people from becoming victims in the first place. One of my proudest accomplishments is establishing the Juvenile Empowerment Team Committee, where we work with rank and file officers, school officials to go out and work with young people to ensure that they are not committing crimes in the first place. Because if they're not committing crimes, that means their futures are protected and there are new victims being harmed at the same time. My commitment to our young people is that here in Dane County, we want to make sure that crime is stopped. And I want to bring that vision and that passion throughout our entire state. I want people to know that you not only can trust the work that I have done, but also trust the vision that I have for what the rule of law and what our Supreme Court can be able to provide for our entire state. I look forward to this conversation and you getting to know a little bit more about me and me getting to be able to answer your questions about the things and the values of our state that will continue to be forward for the next 10 years. Thank you so very much.
Up next is going to be Janet Protasiewicz.
Thank you very much. Well, first, I would like to thank WisPolitics for hosting this forum and thank all of you for turning out today to hear us talk about our views and what we think about some of the issues that may or may not come before the Wisconsin Supreme Court in such a critically important race. I got into this race to bring change and common sense back to our Supreme Court. I started thinking about it last spring. I could not sit back and watch extreme right-wing partisans hijack our Supreme Court. And that is why I got into this race. Change and common sense. My entire life has been dedicated to community service.
Look at that. I'm muted the whole time I'm talking. I do that all the time. Thanks for reminding me. So dumb, dude. What I was saying is I was pausing it for a reason because Janet specifically says right there that she got into this because of this far right extremist mentality coming in to hijack the Wisconsin Supreme Court, right? So that becomes very dangerous when it's far right extremism, or even on the other side, far left, right? As soon as you have these very extremist viewpoints, regardless of the side, it becomes dangerous. And that's what the biggest thing was with Doro, where I was like, dude, I have to write this article, right? Because Doro, first off, she's too vague when she is talking, when she's answering questions. She's not specific, and she's dodging a lot of questions that are being asked of her. And that means something's wrong, right? If you're not going to sit and be honest about stuff, and when you're asked, straightforward questions, and you're over here dodging them every 5 seconds, something's not right. And then we find out about the campaign manager and all of her racist bullshit and the rhetoric that she's involved herself in, and the harm that she's brought to the state of Wisconsin, and then that harm spread throughout the entire country. And we have a judge who's aligned with this person. It's like, you can sit and talk about Jesus all you want, but this has become like your Christianity that you just love so much has become Christian nationalism. And if you don't know what that is, it's white nationalist bullshit, right? And it's dangerous. So it's kind of interesting that Janet says this, she recognizes this.
That is all I have ever wanted to do. For the past 30 years, I have worked as a prosecutor in Milwaukee County and as a judge in Milwaukee County. As a prosecutor, I handled some of the most violent, troubling cases that could ever come before a court and that affect a community in so very many ways. As a judge, I just came off of 3 years in homicide and sexual assault court. I have worked very, very hard to keep the community safe and make the tough calls necessary to ensure safety and uphold people's constitutional rights.
Her eyeballs are making me crazy, though.
Late last spring, And I can tell you, I have been all over our beautiful state. And my God, our state is beautiful. It is gorgeous. I have been everywhere. During this period of time, I have garnered over 1,000 endorsements from judges, community leaders, and attorneys across our state. I have spent time listening to people and hearing about what they think is important. And I know what they think is important. What they want is the extremism to stop immediately. That is what people want. I
Judge,
am
your
here
time
to
is
tell
up.
you that
The
I am
judges,
that,
or if you could wrap up your final remarks.
that
Thank
I
you.
am that change common sense candidate. Thank you.
Next up is Judge Jennifer Duro.
Well, thank you to WisPolitics for hosting this forum, to the moderators, and to the audience, both here and who will eventually watch online today, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here. I'm Judge Jennifer Duro. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a coach, and I'm a judge. I'm a lifetime resident of Wisconsin. This is my home. Over my 26-year legal career, I have served as a prosecutor, a private practice attorney, and an advocate for abused and neglected children. And for the last 11 years, I have served as a Waukesha County judge.
Wait, bro, she just said she's an advocate for abused and neglected children, but she's letting offenders of children in S crimes not fucking, she's staying their prison sentences. You should be smoking those people. You see what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's just bullshit that comes out of her mouth. It's bullshit. And it's unfortunate, dude. It's unfortunate because it's that whole, you know, it's like what's the saying? Like the wool over the sheep's eyes or whatever, right? You like the entire world fell in love with this woman during the Brooks trial. She was called the mother of Waukesha. And she's gonna say some shit like, I'm an advocate for fucking children. Bro, you're not. You're not. You should be smoking these fucking S offender people and fucking, what are we staying their sentences for? These are fucking children, bro. These are children. And she looks at it like, she goes, her excuse every single time she's done this, her excuse is, well, they didn't have a criminal background, so I'm giving them a chance. Nah, bro. No. You fucking violated a fucking child. No. No. What are we doing? I think every one of us could fucking agree. No.
Having won 2 elections as a trial court judge. I'm running for the Supreme Court because the people of this great state of Wisconsin need and deserve a justice who will uphold the rule of law, protect our constitutional rights, and not inject their political bias by legislating from the bench. I have a depth and a breadth of experience unlike any other candidate, and an unwavering commitment to a fair and impartial judiciary. I am also the choice of law enforcement for the Wisconsin Supreme Court, having earned bipartisan support and more law enforcement endorsements than any other candidate on this stage. I also love this state and care deeply for its future. I want to do my part to ensure that my children, my children's children, and the families of Wisconsin have a safe and secure state in which to live, work, and play, and where judges and justices protect our constitutional rights.
Your time
I've
is up.
done
Please
that
just
as a
wrap
trial
up.
court judge, and now I'd be honored to do that on the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
See, dude, and she's full of shit because she's not for everybody's rights. And we know that. We know that. She's only for certain people's rights. So it's her weird Christian nationalism bullshit that's fucking getting in the way. And her fucking, you know, the people she hangs out with and aligns herself with. It's dangerous. It's very problematic. And then, you know, the other thing too, and this is where this stuff like really starts crossing lines and stuff. But you've got, you know, when you have sheriffs, law enforcement sheriffs, right, that are backing, when you have like district attorney elections and you have sheriffs that are backing them, and you know, these people have to investigate these crimes. And this is where, like in Wisconsin with the Michael Bell law, where like law enforcement departments that are engaged in officer involved shooting, right? We have a law out here because this kid Michael Bell was shot by Kenosha police. That law enforcement cannot the shooting agency can't investigate themselves. There has to be an outside agency. But this all becomes corrupt because these agencies, because of mutual aid, they end up working together anyway. You've got sheriffs that are fucking vouching for, you know, district attorneys in their elections, for these judges in elections. So everything becomes corrupt and tampered with. And there's no impartiality to anything. There's no separation. I'm going to kind of say it like this: there's no separation of the powers. Everybody works together. And you know, it's like, even when there is, you know, an officer involved shooting, and it's, you know, one that's kind of sideways, you know, and there people are like, oh, let's get the fucking DOJ involved to investigate this. Well, the problem with the Department of Justice, and you guys can read this in one of the articles that we wrote, but the problem with the Department of Justice is that there's a guy named Dave Grossman who goes around. We have 2 articles on this on the website. You guys can read them. There's one about Kenosha and there's one about Wauwatosa. We could have done it about, you know, hundreds of other law enforcement departments across the country, but we picked those 2 because of the Jacob Blake shooting and because of the 3 different shooting deaths revolved around Joseph Mensa, who was a former Wauwatosa PD. But Dave Grossman is this former military guy. And basically what he does is he goes around the country and he holds these seminars for law enforcement, and he teaches them what's called the art of killology. And essentially what he does is he's teaching law enforcement how to shoot first and ask questions later. And he makes these weird, gross comments about, like, you know, after you've killed somebody, you go home and have the best sex you've ever had. So he's treating this as sport of killing people, and he's teaching law enforcement and military to do this. Now, you know, on its surface, you know, you can look at it and be like, it's sort of a good thing, because if you're in that type of field, you have to be able to, you know, be in a position where you're going to end up taking somebody's life. And you need to be able to do that when and if the time fucking calls, right? So I get that on the surface level of that, but the way that he does this, and there's videos you can watch, you know, his seminar, it's out there. Read the 2 articles that we wrote about this guy. This dude's a fucking nut job, and he's teaching law enforcement to shoot and kill, and then when the department sends the officers to these seminars, who pays for it? The Department of Justice. So there is no independent fucking agencies, and this whole system just becomes tampered with and fucking corrupt, that there's no independent look into any type of oversight of each entity. It's just not. And you know, with her, oh, I've got support of over 100 sheriffs. You know, first off, dude, this law and order bullshit, you know, running as the law and order candidate is not getting these right-wing people. They're not getting elected. And then on top of that, when you have these very far-right radical ideologies, people are walking away from that shit. You know what I mean? They jumped on board with Trump, and then they saw how far that fucking got everybody, and that all went sideways real fucking quick. And when January 6th came around, I mean, there's a lot of conservatives that say that Trump created that insurrection, right? On top of a lot of people on the fucking left that agree with that as well. But you're seeing a lot of conservatives that are backing away from this extremist viewpoints. And, you know, here in Wisconsin, especially, there's conservatives that, you know, are like, we're not voting for these type of people. It's too radical for our fucking belief systems. And we don't want to be a part of that. You know, some of the, we put a video up. I went to a Stop the Steal rally and I was filming, and then I clipped a portion of it and I put up, I don't know, a month or so ago. And I had a bunch of conservatives on TikTok and on YouTube that like apologized because I was getting attacked, like violently attacked, and people were trying to sexually assault me while I was out there. It was fucking weird. It was very violent. And I had conservatives apologizing, like, this is embarrassing to my political fucking side. I had other conservatives that were like, dude, if I was fucking standing next to you during that, like, I'd have fucked somebody up. I would not have allowed, you know, any of them to do that. So like, we're just kind of seeing this shift where it's like conservatives are not down with a lot of this fucking box of crazy. They're not digging that shit. And it's not every one of them. That's for damn sure, though.
Justice Dan Kelly, your opening remarks.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to take just a moment to introduce myself to you. I came to Wisconsin 40 years ago as a young man getting ready to study at Carroll College. I fell in love with the people of Wisconsin the very first day I was here because of the very first people that I met. They were the most warm and welcoming people that you could imagine. And over a long weekend of camping and fishing, they taught me what it is to be a Wisconsinite. And I learned from them. Wisconsinites are the people of the open hand and the generous hearts. A few years later, I met my wife at an InterVarsity Christian Fellowship meeting at school. And 33 years and 5 children later, they're my treasures. The people of Wisconsin are the same as when I met them 40 years ago. The people of the open hand and the generous heart. That's one of the reasons it has been such an honor and a privilege to serve you as one of your Supreme Court justices. And this afternoon, I'm looking forward to continuing a conversation that I started many years ago about the proper role and function of our Supreme Court and how critical it is to elect a justice whose commitment is to understanding and applying the original public meaning of our Constitution, preserving the rule of law, and preventing politics from interfering with the work of the court. Thank you so much.
Now, much like we drew who would speak first, opening comments, we're going to rotate.
See, none of that's true either, though. Preventing politics from being on the bench. That's not true, dude. It's just not. It's sad as shit because it shouldn't be like that. Yeah, I mean, you're a judge. You know what I mean? But it's just bullshit. And that's what I'm saying. When you have all these sheriffs that are involved, when you have DAs, when you have other justices, when you've got political, you know, like Doro makes a comment that, you know, she's being attacked because there's political agenda and you have all this outside money. Well, she has outside money from political agenda people as well. So you know, that's why politicians just suck, dude. And even if people go into stuff where they're not a politician, you become one. You know what I mean? Once you get the job, you become a politician. I was watching this movie last night. I think it's called White House Down with Channing Tatum and Jamie Foxx. And granted, it's a movie, but there were a few interesting points where they talked about the continuity of government, and we put up an article on the website about that. We did a live stream, and in the middle of the fucking live stream, YouTube took it down. They ended my stream, and we got banned for a week over talking about the government and historical facts. So I ended up turning what I said into an article, and it's basically when the shit hits the fan, then the continuity of government takes over. But it's basically to preserve the government and the presidency while the rest of us fucking die. So it was funny they had mentioned that, and they specifically say in the thing, they say we need to implement the continuity of government, and I kind of started chuckling. I was like, holy shit. And then they talk about the football, which is the black nuclear briefcase. And so I was like, man, that's fucking cool too. They put that in there. But Jamie Foxx makes a comment about when you become because he's the president in the movie, and he says to Channing Tatum, like, I didn't become the president to be a politician, but once you get into this position, you end up becoming one. And that's what all of these are. It's all about politics, and they're gonna implement their belief systems into these laws and these fucking rules. And Doro, we're seeing what Doro's belief systems are, and they're very scary. And for somebody that doesn't believe in everybody's fucking rights, and somebody who has this Christian nationalist viewpoints, that's going to affect people. It's going to affect people's rights. And we're already seeing with the overturning of Roe versus Wade, where, regardless of how you feel about the surface instrument of that fucking iconic Supreme Court case, right, for the A word, whatever side of that you land on, and I don't care, I don't want to talk about that, but whatever side you land on, that case was so iconic that protected females' right to medical choices to their bodies. And it's just funny to me that the right spent so much time in 2020 during the pandemic screaming my body, my choice when it came to masks and fucking shots. And then they're going to sit and say, well, fuck you. We're going to decide what happens to your body. And it's crazy too, because there's so many women on the right that during the pandemic were screaming my body, my choice. But then in a totally separate scenario, they're willing to give up what happens to their body. So it's just like, you don't make fucking sense at all. You contradict yourself. It's bizarre. And that's what was nerve-wracking about Doro, becoming the Supreme Court justice, is that she's not honest, and she was going to bring these like Amber Schrader, Scarlett Johnson type fucking beliefs into the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And she's so protective of people's rights. I don't believe that. How many more rights of ours was she going to fucking take away from Wisconsinites?
Rotate who answers each question first to keep it fair. Judge Protasiewicz, you get the first question here. This race is for ideological control of the Supreme Court. We know judges often hate labels. So the public views Judges Mitchell and Protasiewicz as left of center. They view Judge Doro and Justice Kelly as right of center. Outside groups are poised to spend millions of dollars on this race because of what is perceived to be at stake, and they expect the candidate they support will vote the quote-unquote right way. Can you point to any ruling you've issued or personal experience with the law that shows you'll be an independent thinker on the court rather than a reliable vote for one side or the other?
Thank you. Judicial independence is absolutely crucial and critical. Wisconsinites deserve a court that is independent. Wisconsinites deserve a court where there's not a thumb on the scale. Wisconsinites deserve a court where outcomes are not preordained. So the question is, what have I done to show you that I'm a judicial independent? Plenty. I am in court every single day. I told you I just came off of 3 years in homicide and sexual assault court. Before that, I spent 2 years in a high-intensity drug trafficking court. Before that, a year in domestic violence court. Every single day, I heard arguments from district attorneys, from defense attorneys, and I've heard victims tell me what's important to them. How do you know I'm independent? Even though I'm a career prosecutor, I side with the person or party who I think is most appropriate. Sometimes I do what the state wants, sometimes I do what the defense wants, but you never know. I follow the law, I uphold the Constitution, and that's what I plan to do, and that's what I plan to continue to do if you elect me as your next justice of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Wisconsinites deserve better than what we have had. We deserve much better, and that is what I plan to do. Fair and independent all the time.
Judge Doral, you're next with that question.
Thank you. The core of my judicial approach has always been fairness and impartiality. The people who appear before a judge expect and deserve this. I say they should demand this. For the past 11 years, I have administered justice fairly, faithfully, and impartially. Sometimes judges are faced with difficult litigants. I recently had such an experience in a case that I handled. The citizens of Wisconsin got a very unique opportunity to see my approach to fairness and justice. And I was deeply touched by the feedback that I got from around the world for how I handled that case. I heard from judges across the country and even inmates who sent letters praising my efforts to be fair and impartial in the face of extreme disrespect, disruption, and at times even vile behavior. Through it all, I protected the very rights of the person who engaged in this behavior while also ensuring that the rights of the victims and the witnesses were also protected. You can expect nothing less from me as your next Supreme Court Justice. Fairness, impartiality, that is what I will be.
See, bro, first off, look, this is gross. See, look at Melinda. Yep, you're on the same thing I am. Exactly. And that's disgusting. That's disgusting. This is why when Kenosha happened, okay, one of the biggest things besides the many fucking things that I don't like about fucking CJ Halliburton with CJ TV is fucking CJ had Kenosha fucking turn him into a fucking celebrity. Okay. He's not even from my fucking city. Okay. You're a fucking tourist and you come into my city and you live stream. You know that the fucking chick you bring is a fucking federal informant and you don't fucking tell anybody. While you're sitting here pretending to fucking elevate black voices and voices of the fucking unheard, you're sharing fucking militia posts in the fucking background, helping organize these fucking lunatics, right? We're watching him during the Jensen trial, fucking, you know, bumping hands with fucking Nathan DeBruin, who's over here sucking fucking Kevin Mathewson's fucking dick, and they're all fucking right-wing buddies. But this fucking dipshit is walking around in my fucking city having murals painted of him on the fucking walls, and people are losing their fucking minds over this, and hundreds of people rushing out to him to fucking sign autographs, take fucking pictures, right? I had that shit in the very beginning, and we don't get it anymore because I put a stop to that immediately. Fucking, I had people that were like, oh man, holy shit, like it's never stopped. Like, dude, can I get a picture with you? Whatever. No, bro, get the fuck away from me. Like, this is not clout. We're not doing publicity fucking bullshit. Absolutely not, dude. You want a fist pump? Like, cool. Like, I'm here. Awesome, brother. Like, awesome. Let's just fucking move on with what we're doing. This motherfucker's got murals painted. He's signing fucking autographs, Get the fuck out of here with this shit. And then you got this one over here, Doro, using the fucking Brooks trial. This is what I said. I said this to everybody, dude. And I just said this on that lady's fucking platform the other night, that everything became politicized on the fucking right. And they're using Brooks to advance their fucking careers. How about no? How about stop talking about that fucking scumbag? And how about fucking remember the fucking 6 people that got killed and the 69 others that got ran the fuck over, okay? And how many fucking lives are fucking forever ruined? Then you have thousands of fucking community members, right, that are fucked up by that parade. You have people that didn't even go to this year's fucking parade because they're fucking traumatized over the fucking previous year's fucking events. And then you're going to sit here and talk about how, oh, I was so patient listening to this fucking lunatic. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Like, for real, bro. For real. I'm telling you. Listen, on the 27th, Doro comes back with Jesse Krajewski's fucking trial. So if you guys don't know, Jesse Krajewski, she's basically Kenosha's Mark Jensen, right? So she's allegedly poisoned this elderly woman that she was caring for, poisoned her with Visine, and fucking stole over $200,000 from her. So she says that the woman tried to unalive herself with fucking crushed up pills, you know, whatever. So Doro is fucking presiding over that case. And it was supposed to start on the fucking 13th. It got pushed to the fucking 27th. So that's jury selection. Okay, jury selection is not going to be live streamed. All right, but our plan is to fucking live stream the trial once day 1 of the actual trial starts. And everyone is losing their fucking minds about, oh, yay, we get to see Judge Doro again. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, no, dude, like, this is the thing, man. And this is why, like, I tell you guys all the time on this fucking channel, you have to listen to what people fucking say. You got to listen, because it's not all the shit that, like, you guys fucking think it is sometimes. That's why I've always said on this fucking channel too, for myself, like, I'm always going to be transparent. If you guys ask me a question, I'm going to answer the fucking question. Okay? If it's about my fucking background, let's just confront it and fucking be honest about some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. Let's be honest, because I don't want no bullshit. You know what I mean? I don't want people ever accusing me of fucking bullshit that has never fucking happened, or don't have any fucking idea what the fuck's going on. You know what I mean? And that's why I tell you guys, dude, you have to listen to these people fucking talk. And that's why when CJ was running around, and still does on his fucking platform, he fucking talks bullshit, dude. It's all fucking lies. And it pisses me off that fucking thousands of people donate money to him. And it pisses me off even more so that fucking people from my fucking city donate fucking money on fucking lies. It's bullshit. And regardless of, you know, like, we're watching some judge shit right now, so we're getting, you know, a little political, which is a little bit more than we normally do on this channel. But when we're voting for people, we really got to listen to what the fuck is being said. Because it's just, dude, this is bullshit. And this is like, fuck her. For me, dude, I'm like, you know what? Fuck her ideologies at this point. She wants to be a far right extremist, lunatic fuck, like, whatever. Let her be a fucking crazy person. But to sit here and be like, look at me, look at me. I had to deal with fucking Daryl Brooks. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. That's, like, for real, though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean to sound like an asshole right now, but fuck, dude. For real. You're going to sit here and fucking, oh, Daryl Brooks, vote for me? Fuck you, dude. I'm glad you fucking lost.
Justice Kelly.
Ignorant. Thank you. I think it's important to emphasize the significance of the premise to that question. Politics is poison to the work of the court. Now, everybody who comes to the court, regardless of what they might tell you, everybody has political beliefs. The question is whether you can set them aside to do the work of the court. In order to do that, you need to have a methodology developed and ready at hand that you can apply consistently every single day, making sure that the results of the decision are commanded by the law and are not influenced by one's personal beliefs or personal politics. The methodology I use is really quite straightforward. I start always with the premises, the law that applies to the case. And then I exercise rigorous logic to move from those premises all the way down to the conclusion. And when you're done, you should be able to look back and see an unbroken chain of logic connecting the premises to the conclusion. And if you see an unbroken chain, that's your guarantee that the conclusion is commanded by the law rather than by the individual's personal preferences or personal politics. Now, I've been told that there are some of the opinions that I've written on the court that have not been the favorite of those who might be considered otherwise to be my supporters. Because in truth, every opinion that I've written for the Supreme Court, every dissent, every concurrence has been based 100% on what the law is, not on what I think it ought to be, and certainly not on what any political party or member of the legislature thinks that it ought to be. My commitment has always been the same, simply applying the law and using rigorous logic to reach the conclusion so that the people of Wisconsin can have confidence that the decisions of the court are solely informed by the law. And I've written my opinions in such a way that they are accessible to anyone, regardless of whether they have a legal background, because I understand that I'm using borrowed authority from the people of Wisconsin. And every opinion that I write is my report to the people of Wisconsin on what I have done with their borrowed authority. And so I've made it accessible, I've made it logical, so that anyone in this state can confirm that the opinions that I write are commanded solely by the law.
Judge Mitchell.
I would say that shortly after I took the bench, one of the first things I realized is how unfair the system truly is. There's so many inequalities within our system that if you don't have the income to be able to have representation in the court system, your voice isn't heard. Fairness for me meant to make sure that my courtroom was a place where every voice had an opportunity to be heard, regardless of the income that you did and not have, regardless of your race, regardless of your self-identified gender. And it was to give a space so that people could be heard regardless of those things. And when you're a judge who oversees juvenile cases, it becomes even more important because you're not dealing with adults, you're dealing with children who often have no voice. Children don't have a lobbyist group who can come in and lobby for how you treat them. So it's up to the judge who hears those cases to make sure that they're creating an environment that is both fair, that is honest, and most importantly, transparent in those cases. I do believe that there are times when politics can try its best to enter into that space, but a judge who is committed to the rule of law and committed to fairness in our state will make sure that they understand that when their person comes in, you don't ask them, are you Republican, are you Democrat, are you Green Party, are you Independent? They're Wisconsinites, and they deserve to have their cases heard without any bias whatsoever. And I always say any judge who comes to the bench with a predetermined idea already should recuse him or herself from the process, because the fairness of our system is at stake. The integrity of the court system is at stake. And so we have to suspend those things. So at that moment in which somebody needs to be heard, that we remain curious to the facts that are being brought before us. And when you lose that curiosity, you're no longer a judge. You're no longer you're a partisan tool that somebody can use to be able to get what they want. And I can promise you, I have a whole lot in my resume that shows you I'm nobody's tool. I stand on the beliefs, I stand on what's right, I stand on what's fair, and I live in that moment and I believe what it is. I remember as a pastor when I was compelled to marry a same-sex couple in my congregation, and people told me, they said, we don't do that. Black Baptist preachers don't do that. And I said to them, we're going to stand on what is right, even before the Supreme Court gave us cover to do so. And I married those two women in my congregation because they had been together 42 years. And when they asked me would I do it, I said, of course I will. I don't know many straight people that's been together 42 years. And so I married that same-sex couple, and I pastored the only open and affirming congregation. Why? Because I'm independent, and I cannot be controlled by others, groups, or influences. So the example that you said, give us an example. I remember when I had a case before me with a lawyer that I love to death, came into my courtroom, and he presented something before me And I remember it was against Scott Walker. And I looked at the law, looked at the facts, and everything in me said, this is about the rule of law, not about my friend. That's not my friend in this moment. He's a litigant, and I got to make sure I follow the rule of law. And so I made that decision to uphold the decision related to the Scott Walker administration, because for me, that is the job. Now afterwards, we can go get some beers, and he was mad at me for 2.5 years, but I had to do the job that I was called, that I was committed to doing, and that's what I did in that moment. So thank you.
Dude, I was totally gonna say this dude sounded like a fucking preacher. I don't know much about this guy. I know a lot of people on the left actually do not like him. I haven't really looked into his background too much, but I literally was gonna say this dude sounds like a fucking preacher, and sure shit, he is a fucking preacher.
Our order, Judge Durrell, we will start with you with this question. The state Supreme Court has rejected past petitions asking the justices to set a recusal standard for cases in which a party has contributed to their campaign. Essentially, the court has said it is up to each judge to make a decision on whether they can be impartial. Still, the state Democratic and Republican parties are already fundraising for the race and are expected to spend millions of dollars in this campaign. 1, do you believe the court was correct in rejecting requests to set a standard for recusal? And 2, will you hear cases involving the state political parties, knowing they will and likely spend against you in this race?
Where's the answer? Watch.
Well, first and foremost, my integrity cannot be bought by anyone. We have rules and statutes already that address recusal.
Get the fuck out of here,
They are
bro.
important. I would, of course, follow them and apply them to the facts of any given case. At the same time, I know that recusal is often used as a weapon by litigants to secure the judges they prefer, and that is wrong.
Why?
Justice requires that judges and justices hear the cases that come before the court. We have an ethical obligation to diligently take care of our cases.
It's totally scripted.
That is the job that the people of Wisconsin and of our counties elect us to do. I often think of recusal in the context of a one-judge county. A judge in a one-judge county knows probably everyone, or at least a large portion of that county's population. If we start looking at money, why don't we look at time? Or why don't we look at the efforts that other people put even into our campaigns? But if a judge in a one-judge county would recuse itself based on every relationship that that judge had, even if it's just a litigant or an attorney or even a financial donation, without more, that judge wouldn't handle the cases that that judge was elected to do. We can still look at the cases from a broader perspective, even when they come to the Supreme Court. And again, go back to the rules, go back to the law, because the law is important. And our statutes and our Supreme Court rules on recusal and the case law that talks about them are very important. And I would start with that. And I would then apply those laws and those principles to the facts of the case before me.
Thank you. Justice Kelly, you are next.
Here's where I start. I understand that all of the authority to create and maintain governments in the state of Wisconsin comes from, well, you, we the people of Wisconsin. And it comes to us only as a loan. And that loan is mediated by the Constitution that the people of Wisconsin have decided to create and maintain.
Nobody else is fucking reading binders and shit, dude.
The question of recusal is for the people of Wisconsin to decide if they believe that there should be new rules or different rules governing how that is handled. Right now, what they've decided is that there is a cap on contributions to judicial candidates. That's their call. They believe that to be an appropriate way of handling that issue. The people of Wisconsin decided that our judiciary is to be an elected judiciary. There are many different ways of doing that. You could have an appointive judiciary. You could have a Senate confirmation for judicial nominees. But Wisconsin has decided on elections. And they know well enough that elections require that the candidates have the ability to get their messages out to the people of Wisconsin. And so they've put their stamp of approval on the contributions they think is appropriate for a judicial candidate to receive and continue to sit on cases. Now, I think on top of that is the individual responsibility of the Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, I'm sure they
Only
all
we
got
can
the
truly
questions
know
beforehand.
whether we are going to be adversely impacted by someone's contribution.
They had to have
by
if she's
someone's
reading
time
out of
or
a
efforts in
binder.
supporting us, or conversely, by someone who is spent against us in a campaign. The truth of the matter is, it would be extraordinarily difficult to develop a standard of recusal that could capture all of those elements and all of those dynamics in a way that could be administered in an intelligent fashion. The real key to recusal is this. It's the choice of the people of Wisconsin and who they send to their Supreme Court. And that has to begin with a level of trust in who you send. It has to be a commitment to looking at the character of the person and understanding that that person will stay true to the law and will not allow other factors to influence the way they decide cases. And that if they should encounter a circumstance in which there is an outside factor that is so powerful, so dynamic, that would threaten to change the result of a case, that that person would have the integrity and the honor to step aside. And that's what recusal is about.
Up next is Judge Everett Mitchell.
So if you ever go to the Wisconsin Supreme Court website, there's a seal. It's a beautiful seal because it's different than the other seals that I've seen representing justice. The Wisconsin Supreme Court seal has a hand that's holding the scale. And that hand that's holding the scale is meant to say that there's a certain balance that judges and justices are supposed to have when it comes to thinking about what justice should look like in every case. So when I think about recusal, I think about that symbol, that when a judge's hand starts to tilt the balance in a different direction, he or she needs to make sure that they recuse themselves. I think that is the ultimate decision that we all make. I get that question all the time as a person who's always in the community. The first thing people always ask is, like, Judge, will you have to recuse yourself because you know so many people? I say, no, just because I'm popular doesn't mean I got to recuse myself from every case. What it means is that I have to make sure that there is a standard in which I review and I explain the relationships up front. I think what has often made the court seem as though it's a dark place is because justices and judges are not always honest about the relationships that they have when they see them in the courtroom. So anytime I see somebody that comes up, I make sure every party is aware of what their relationships may look like. And I make sure that every party is aware that those things are important and they may be in play so that everybody understands the rules of engagement in that moment that we're going to address the particular case. Because my view has always been, we should never be in the point where we're tipping the balance of power in one direction or the other because of the relationships that we have. As I said earlier, it is about curiosity. And I think that there are rules related to recusal. And if you are in a position where you do believe that you can no longer effectively, fairly, impartially administer a decision, or you will be able to make rulings in a particular case even before it goes before a jury, or if you have it to answer yourself in a court trial. If you cannot listen to evidence in a fair manner, then you need to make sure that you give the person in front of you the due respect to tell them, I need to get off this particular case. And that goes back to the integrity of the individuals that you elect to be in these positions. That goes back to people understanding that it's not about having a particular victory. It is about the persons or the bodies or the issues that are in front of you. Make sure that they get litigated fairly in a way that brings and holds the integrity of our court system in place at the same time. So again, I go back to the example. I think you need a justice who has an even hand. And they make sure that they don't tilt it, but they let the facts tilt it in the direction that it's supposed to go. So thank you.
Judge Protasiewicz, up next.
I think we need a recusal rule. I think we have two distinct scenarios that we've been talking about. Sure, we all go into our courtrooms and we all know many of the people on our cases. We always disclose. I know the plaintiff, I know the respondent, I know the defendant. You know, I know the defendant's attorney is one of my court commissioners. We always disclose that. But I take it a step further when it comes to the political contributions. I think that due to the extreme partisanship and the amount of money that comes into races like this, we absolutely need a recusal rule. Now, what should that recusal rule be? I think the public should be able to weigh in on that. I know that it has been talked about and presented to the Supreme Court in the past, and the idea of talking about the recusal rule has been rejected. But I think there should be open hearings about that. I don't think I'm in the minority. I can tell you that there are a majority of retired Wisconsin Circuit Court judges who also think there should be a recusal rule. And I also understand that there are limits as to how much money an individual or a union can contribute to a personal campaign. And in this particular campaign, an individual can contribute $20,000 to my campaign. The question is, if you're on the Supreme Court, does $20,000 sway you or not? Each individual would have their own answer to that. However, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about outside money that's going to come into this campaign in millions and millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. That is why there has to be a recusal rule. The public has to weigh in. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what I think an exact number is, but I absolutely think there has to be a hearing. The public has to weigh in, and I think there should be a recusal rule, 100%. Thank you.
Her eyes make me crazy.
Judge Doro, you have that question?
I answered the question.
Okay,
already.
thank you.
Yeah, I'm like,
All right, just making sure we're on the same
Okay.
page. All right,
Stick it in the same order. We're good.
Justice Kelly, you're up next. Now, Judge Doro and Justice Kelly, the applications you filled out for an appointment to the bench asked you for the worst ruling by the U.S. Wisconsin Supreme Court in the last 30 years.
Oh, here we go.
Judge Doro,
Here we go.
in 2011, you cited a 2003 U.S. Supreme Court ruling
Told ya.
overturning a Texas anti-sodomy law.
Told you.
Justice Kelly, you cited a 2005 ruling from that court that said that justified the government taking private property to be put to a more productive economic use. For the two of you, I want to know, is that still the worst decision you've seen in the last 3 decades? For Judges Mitchell and Protasiewicz, what's the worst ruling you've seen the last 3 decades in Wisconsin or U.S. Supreme Courts? So Justice Kelly, you're up first.
I think that stands up well. You know, we look at our Wisconsin Constitution, and the very first article and the very first section says that we are endowed with inalienable rights, that amongst these are life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. The governments are created to protect those rights, gaining their just powers from the consent of the governed. When the government steps in and takes private property, it's not just an economic problem for the person who loses the property. It's also a question of liberty. You've acquired that property, whether it's real estate or personal property, for a reason, because you believe that it would be productive, that it would be enjoyable, because it would advance your pursuit of happiness. And when the government steps in and takes that from you, it has to have a really good reason. And there has to be just compensation. But the just compensation only takes care of the financial aspect of that intrusion. So I think any opinion of a court that would allow for the government to, without regard to absolute necessity of taking it for the purpose of public use, that would allow a government to take that property is inappropriate. See, the problem in that case was it was not being taken for public use, private use, transferring it from one private party to another. And this is a significant interference with the liberties that our Constitution protects. And so I think that opinion stands up well as one of the worst opinions.
Thank you. Judge Mitchell?
So I think for me, there are a lot of Supreme Court decisions in various categories that have had very adverse impacts. I think I can think of no other greater impact that I have seen with the overturning of the Roe decision. I think the overturning of the Roe decision really put at jeopardy the idea of privacy that we were founded in the 14th Amendment as a critical
Right.
as a critical place of infrastructure of how we understood the law. It was one of the first times that I can remember in my own history that a right was reached into the lives of people and taken away.
Yep.
While we also understand that, the decision really focused a lot on, precedent, it also invalidated the ways in which courts often use precedents to make sure that we're ensuring the rights of individuals are consistently and maintained and protected at the same time. The invalidation of a protection for reproductive choice also was telegraphed through Justice Thomas to also look at, not only same gender relationships, but also, all of the other constitutional rights that we also seen as protected as well. So I think overturning that also put our country in a very, chaotic place where you may have 50 different types of interpretations about reproductive choice, and our states are struggling to try to figure out where these things mean, because that was taken away from something that the majority of individuals in our communities in our states had also thought was foundational at that time. So there are a lot of consequential decisions, whether we're talking about Shelby County versus Holder that talked about voting rights, or Graham versus Connor that talked about the engagement around police reform. But this one is significant because it was the first time in my study of the law that I can see that the Supreme Court went and took a right for which there had been a right for people for over 50 years. And we're dealing with the consequences of that instability.
The Graham
all
v.
throughout our
Connor
country
one is a big
and all
one.
throughout many people's lives right now. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you. Judge Protasiewicz.
I agree. I think the Dobbs decision is the worst Supreme Court decision that comes to mind. That is the epitome and definition of judicial activism. Quite frankly, I was surprised when they reached and rendered that decision. 3 generations of women have counted on Roe v. Wade to allow them to make their own decisions in regard to reproductive rights. Now, I can't tell you where I'll end up on any case. I can tell you a little bit about my values, and I assume I'd be asked about that because it's no secret what my values are in regard to Roe v. Wade and in regard to the Dobbs case. Privacy issue is paramount.
Yes.
My value is that women should be able to make their reproductive right decisions themselves. Sure, go ahead, talk to your clergy.
That's why I told
talk
you guys,
to your
dude,
family.
there's so many, listen, Roe v. Wade, I understand on the surface, it's the A word, right? But there's so many other underlying fucking issues when it came to that case. And this is why, regardless of what your belief is, whether you're for the A word or you're against the A word, all of the underlying rights underneath that case are fucking gone. And when the next case that's going to get attacked is fucking Casey versus Planned Parenthood, okay? And the surface issue is fucking birth control, right? But there's so many other underlying fucking things. There are 5 iconic cases in this fucking country that protect our rights in such a huge fucking way, and we just dismantled one of them, and they're coming after fucking Casey versus Planned Parenthood. And this is a fucking problem. And it's the right that is fucking doing it. It's the right that is like, we want these things fucking taken away, but they contradict their fucking values every time they open their fucking mouth. I'm telling you, we gotta stop this. We have to stop this. It's so dangerous. And the right is so fucking our rights, our rights, our rights, our rights, but they're willing to give up their fucking rights and everyone else's fucking rights. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
To your healthcare provider. But in the end, my values tell me that that should be your decision. That is exactly why we need to bring common sense back to the court. That's exactly why we need to bring change back to the court, to not only uphold our Constitution, to not only employ stare decisis, but to uphold the will of the people who have relied on, I think, 3 generations, would that be 50 years potentially? 3 generations of women. Many women never knew a world before Roe. Now they certainly do. So to me, that is the most critically poor decision, and as I indicated earlier, an absolute example of judicial activism.
Thank you, Judge Doro.
Thank you. I'll be honest with all of you. Sometimes I don't personally agree with the law that I'm applying, and I'm sure that's also true for the U.S. and Wisconsin Supreme Court justices. Sometimes the words or even the statutes themselves are stupid, but stupid doesn't mean unconstitutional. It doesn't matter to my job whether I like the words or even to agree with the law. My job is to apply the words and what they mean. If I were running for the Senate or Assembly,
Stop
I
reading the
might
paper
campaign on changing
and just
some
give
laws.
a fucking honest answer like
I'm not
everybody
running
else.
for the legislature. None of us are. I'm running for a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
This is why you lost, dumb fuck.
Politics have absolutely no place in the courtroom, and we should not be legislators in robes. Thank you.
All right, this next question will start
You
with Judge Mitchell.
didn't answer
We now
the
want to flip that
question.
question that we
You didn't answer it. You're the only one that didn't. See how she dodges fucking answers? The guy specifically mentioned the fucking Texas case that I cited in the fucking article I wrote, because that's what she put on her fucking application to be a judge, that she didn't agree with same-sex intercourse, and the Texas Supreme Court overturning that fucking law that allowed it now. She didn't agree with it. And the guy fucking said it. And that's why I was like, see, I told you, that's what happened. And this fucking clown doesn't answer the question. Fucking shifty, dude.
We
I
just
don't
asked
like
you
that.
around. What ruling has most shaped your judicial philosophy?
And if you have a judicial philosophy, it is rooted in probably a judicial mentor that you've used to better understand how the law understands. Probably my judicial is Justice Thurgood Marshall. And I think his argument in the Brown versus Board of Education, when it overturned the separate but equal doctrine, was one of those decisions when you're growing up as a young man learning about what the law is, that you understand how the law can be used to oppress and demean and hurt communities of color because of the fact that they're using the law as a foundation for that erosion. And so the fact that, Justice Marshall was educated by Charles Hamilton Houston at Howard University, and he was educated on the idea that the 14th Amendment could be the vehicle that is used to change the dynamics of how we understood the law, and that you can use the law as a force for good, that you can use the law as a force for change and making people's lives better. No, we're not up here trying to be legislators, but even the language of the law that we're supposed to enforce itself should make sure that lives are being better if we have the discretion to do so. And it was Justice Marshall's ways in which he thought about the law and using the law that gave me a sense of purpose to my own judicial philosophy. So that when I think about the discretion that judges have, and trust me, Wisconsin judges, especially those who served in the district courts, we have a lot of discretion where we can implement all kinds of things that are not codified in statute nor in case law that you have to make ruling on every day. So you make those decisions. So I still remember the time that I have these ideas about Justice Marshall using it and Brown versus Board of Education and the decision to desegregate all these schools to bring our communities together. I think about the times in my courtroom, like when I had the young child come into my courtroom, blonde, blue-eyed child in handcuffs, belts, and restraints. And I asked myself, what do I use my discretion for in this moment to make this child better, to make sure that the lives of these children are better? And when I pushed toward taking away handcuffs off of children, not only in Dane County, but also joining the petition that we get before the Supreme Court to do it statewide, it was a reminder that the law not only is about what's in books and statutes and case law, but the law is what it looks like in the lives of people who have the impact to change something that is wrong before you. And that is what a judge is supposed to do also. Not only just follow patterns and trends of what everybody else is, but ask the critical question of why are we doing this and can we change it? And so always paying attention to how passionately Justice Marshall argued for integration in a world that seemed to be set in how we do things, gave me the courage to do some of the stuff that I have done to make the judiciary reflect a certain value system of fairness, kindness, and equality.
Judge Bertazewicz.
Judicial philosophy is, I'm not going to say it's complicated. It is what you do every single day that you walk into your courtroom. And my goal in my judicial philosophy is that every single person who walks into my courtroom gets a fair shake. I'm a common sense judge. I was a common sense prosecutor, and I'll be a common sense justice on your Supreme Court. There's no thumb on the scale, putting down a weight toward one side or the other. Everybody is treated absolutely fairly. I've rendered some sentences that parties don't like, but my goal is when they walk out of the courtroom that everybody feels as though they've been treated fairly. In regard to specific cases, I have a couple of them that have really impacted me. We talked about Brown versus the School of Education. We talked a little bit about Plessy versus Ferguson. You know, it's precursor. And I think it's critical that when you look at those two cases, you see that Plessy versus Ferguson talked about separate but equal. What did we learn back in high school? Always separate, never equal. That's what we learned in Plessy v. Ferguson. Then we come forward to the Board of Education, where those laws were struck down. And to me, in my judicial philosophy, what it tells you is that we are a living, breathing document, and our laws change and they evolve, and the case law changes and evolves. I think that that is critically important. So fairness, evolution, no thumb on the scale, everybody being treated equitably would be what I would have to say is my judicial philosophy.
Judge Durrell.
So the role of a judge at its core is to apply the law, not make it. Laws are written and words have meaning.
This all she just
Everybody
says
knows
the
this.
same shit, dude.
We use words every single day in the contracts we enter into, in the wills we make, so that they will be applied upon our death. We expect that the words we use in those moments of our wills and our contracts won't be twisted later on by giving them a meaning that we didn't intend or frankly wasn't even in existence when we use them. Statutes and the Constitution should be treated no differently.
Oh.
The role of a judge
Oh my God.
should not be interfered with by our political views. We wear a black robe in part to tell of our authority, but also to shield us from the biases and the prejudice that we undoubtedly bring from our personal experiences. You know, I've spent 9 of my 11 years on the trial court bench in key leadership positions, dedicating my career to improving the justice system. I have been appointed 3 times by the Wisconsin Supreme Court to serve as a chief judge.
Shut up.
And I've been selected and have the honor and privilege by my peers to serve as the chair of the Committee of Chief Judges, or Chief of the Chiefs as we affectionately refer to it.
The Chief of the Chiefs.
That is where
Dude, if I hear Chief of the
judges
Chiefs one more time from her,
can really
bro,
have an impact on improving the justice system. Of course, we need to be fair and impartial in every case that comes before us. The litigants deserve it. The victims deserve it. The families of everyone involved, the accused, they deserve it as well. But it starts and ends with our commitment to be fair and impartial and give due respect to the role that our founders gave to us when they instituted the 3 branches of government. Thank you.
Justice Kelly.
I'm influenced by all of the court opinions in which the justices have demonstrated fidelity
My
to the
allergies just
Constitution.
went fucking psycho.
That's the North Star for us, fidelity to the Constitution. Now, sometimes circumstances call for the Constitution to change. That's why both the United States Constitution and our Wisconsin Constitution provide for amendments in which the people and their representatives decide how and when those constitutions are going to change. It does not change in the hands of the court. It must not ever change in the hands of the court. That is a fundamentally illegitimate step to take. And the reason for that is because of the nature of the authority that we wield. You see, when the people of Wisconsin put together our Constitution, they did not ask us what our views on the Constitution were. They did not ask us to decide what laws are good and effective and which are not. They asked us to do one thing. Please decide our cases according to the way the law is written. And we, the people, will take care of it if those laws or the Constitution needs to change. Now, there's been mention both of Plessy and Brown versus Board of Education. And I think that's a great example. Plessy was wrong. It was wrong the day it was decided. It was wrong every day after that. And when Brown came along and overruled it, it was not because they took the Constitution into their own hands to change it. It is because they looked at Plessy and they compared it to the Constitution and they said Plessy was simply wrong. And we are fixing that error. Now, I'm the only candidate in this race who has experience doing that sort of thing. Now, this might be a little self-referential. I apologize for that, but I wrote the opinion in Tetra Tech versus Department of Revenue. Now, that wasn't a case as monumental as Plessy and Brown, but it was a question of whether the Supreme Court of the state of Wisconsin had gone off on a wrong track for about 100 years. And the question there was who decides, as a final matter, how to apply the law? Is it an executive agency or is it the Supreme Court, the branch that the people of Wisconsin have entrusted with the judicial power? And over a course of about 100 years, the Supreme Court had slowly begun deferring to administrative agencies' interpretation of the law. And they concluded that we have to defer to what they think the law is. So we researched that, we compared it to the Constitution, and we concluded that those precedents were wrong. They were wrong the day they were decided. They were wrong every day after that. And so it was our responsibility and our job to correct that wrong. And it was my honor to write the opinion in Tetra Tech, in which we said, we are repatriating the authority of the court where it belongs, with the judiciary. And the consequence of that is that when you have cases in which the government is a party, you will be assured that it's the court applying the law and not your opponent in the courtroom.
Thank you. Emily will tell you from our preparation for reviewing that I'm a redistricting dork, total, complete, and absolute dork. So I want to apologize to our two justices here for summarizing the dozens and dozens and dozens of pages you guys wrote about redistricting the past year and a half. That said, Judge Protasiewicz, the court issued several rulings in that case. One was the parties had to take a least change approach to the maps they submitted. They then eventually picked a map drawn by GOP lawmakers because it followed that directive and was race neutral. My question is, was the court correct to require a least change approach? And do you believe there are conditions in Wisconsin that meet the requirements to allow race to be considered as a factor in drawing political boundaries?
So let's be clear here. The maps are rigged, bottom line. Absolutely positively rigged. They
Holy
do
shit.
not reflect the people in this state. They do not reflect accurately representation, neither the state assembly or the state senate. They are rigged, period. I'm coming right out and saying that. I don't think you could sell to any reasonable person that the maps are fair. Police change approach. I mean, I
This
think
is epic.
the idea of it might sound good to some people. I see no basis for it in the Constitution, no basis in case law. Basically, what the least change approach has done has taken votes away from, or meaningful votes away, from people in larger communities in Dane County and in Milwaukee County. I believe the gerrymandering decision was wrong. As I indicated to you before, I can't ever tell you what I'm going to do on a particular case, but I can tell you my values, and common sense tell you that it's wrong. And I was talking to somebody, and the person used this phrase with me in regard to the maps. And I wrote it down so I get it right, because I think it is so interesting. They said, in the state of Wisconsin, do the voters choose the politicians, or do the politicians choose the voters, right? And that absolutely resonates with me. So as I've indicated, I think those maps are rigged. I think they're unfair. I don't think they fairly reflect the population in our state. Thank you.
Judge Doro.
It's a very true answer.
I think we all would agree that what happened this past year was very interesting and unique. Following the census every 10 years, the legislature and the governor are tasked with coming up with new maps. The process is guided by the principle of one person, one vote, the Voting Rights Act, and the Wisconsin Constitution. When the legislature and the governor could not agree on the new maps, the Supreme Court was asked to step in. And then, of course, we saw the very unusual back and forth between the Wisconsin Supreme Court and the United States Supreme Court. Ultimately, after the U.S. Supreme Court reversed our court, the 2020 map proposed by the legislature was adopted. Now, there is talk about further challenges, so I will not put myself in a position to prejudge anything. But as with any case, I will listen to the challenge and I will apply the law to the facts at hand. Thank you.
Answer the fucking question.
When someone tells you,
Dude, you see what I'm saying, chat? She doesn't ever answer the question. She is a fucking politician that dodges questions. She didn't answer any of that. Peace Love, are you asking a legitimate question, Peace Love? What does she mean by rigged? Dude, as soon as Doro came out with all those interviews, right after the Brooks trial, and I was listening to what she said, I'm telling you, I was like, dude, this chick doesn't answer anything. Like, this is a red flag, big time. She's dodging questions. Like, I understood her dodging, obviously, about anything to do with Brooks. She dodged, like, every question, which I got. I'm like, okay, I get it, right? This dude is a nut job. He's filing all the, his appeals. She's got to be real careful, right? But now she's talking about him. So how careful did she have to actually be? But then, she's dodging, like, real questions that are being asked of her. And it's these scripted, vague answers that, like, I'm sitting here like, what the fuck did you just say? You just keep saying the same fucking paragraph over and over and over again differently. You're not answering any questions. I don't trust people like that. I absolutely don't. And dude, why are you reading scripted shit? Just answer from the fucking heart. This is the mother of Waukesha. All she had to do was answer from the heart and stop with this scripted ass bullshit. And enough with the Jesus talk. Yeah, she is holier than thou. So, peace, love. So when they're talking about the gerrymandering, so they're talking about dividing up the lines for like these counties, right? So like, here, if we go, where's it at? So when you go like, I mean, this is kind of a shitty map, but when you go into like all these counties, it's so hard to see on this tiny little fucking map. But there's lines that are drawn for like neighborhoods and things like that. And then each kind of section gets, a vote. So like if you think about like the city that you live in, right? So like your city alderman, right? So like you'll have one alderman that has District 1, District 2, District 5, District 8, whatever. Those are the little dividing fucking areas. Some districts are small, some are big, right? And they take these small ones, which are usually black and brown communities. They extend these lines to make white communities bigger and black and brown communities smaller, so that in these different voting systems, the fucking white vote dominates over black and brown fucking votes. And then on top of all of that, then they have where they make sure that these lines not only do that, but they if the conservatives, this is where it's fucked up though. If conservatives are fucking winning, whatever, like we're talking about like the Senate and the House and all this, right? And like everyone was like, "Oh man, the conservatives are going to take over, and the Democrats got to fucking flip these votes." So what they do is they extend these lines out so that if conservatives dominate whatever the fucking thing is, they're going to fucking redistrict these fucking maps so that the conservative vote is going to always dominate the fucking Democrat vote. So once Democrats fucking take over, then they start switching the shit back so it's more fucking even. And it's all fucked up. So they just move these imaginary lines around to control fucking voting things and suppress fucking voters. So this is actually illegal. This is an illegal thing. And it's constantly argued about in all these fucking courts. They're not allowed to do this. But it's done. I explained that in such a shitty fucking way. It was so shitty the way I explained that. It was really bad. I had a woman comment the other day. On it was a judge that just sentenced the Buffalo mass shooter. And she gave this fucking speech, and I clipped the speech because it was great and it talked about systemic fucking racism. And I posted it, and then somebody fucking commented, where exactly is this systemic racism? Because I don't see it. And I like, it was one of those days where I was just like, I was in a really bad fucking mood. And I'm like, don't even comment, dude. Just don't even, just let this fucking person be. And I did. I just fucking, I let it be, because I can't be sitting here getting into bullshit with every fucking person. And it was in a group, but it's not even a group that, like, I don't run the group. It's not on my page. So I wrote this article back in 2020. Trying to see if I put, a lot of you guys don't even know about this article. I'm trying to see if I put the gerrymandering stuff in here. I can't see whatever article you posted, Melinda. We don't allow links, just because people like to post shitty links about me. False defamatory links. If you want to send it to me, you could send it via the Facebook page or the email address. I'm trying to skim this article. But basically, so it's it talks about like all this bullshit, like systemic bullshit. I was just trying to skim to see. So I wrote, when I first started into the world of investigative journalism, I believed I was joining a secret guild of reporters, and I thought it was an honor. Throughout this journey, I've pissed off a lot of people over the last several months, many of whom will end up reading this article. But I think that's what good reporting does. It ruffles feathers. Covering the unrest throughout various cities in Wisconsin, I consider my first story, because I never wrote anything or covered events until now that really mattered. To a lot of people, it mattered in a scary way. I'm not going to take anything back, make nice, stop ruffling feathers in an attempt to get back the things I've lost, because I thought I was doing my job. I thought my job was to tell the public the truth, the facts, pretty or not, and let the publishing of those facts make a difference in how people look at things, at themselves, at what they stand for. If the truth is inconvenient, if it doesn't fit, they don't believe it. Is that who we are as a society? People who judge others by their image and not their hearts, who trust gossip over fact, reputation over reality. God help us all if that's the country we live in. So let's get into more truth and ruffle some feathers. Racism is built into the DNA of America, and as long as we turn a blind eye to the pain of those suffering under its oppression, we will never escape those origins. The only safeguard people of color have is the right to a defense, and we won't even give them that, which means that the promise of civil rights has never been fulfilled due to the failure of our justice system and the institutional systems we have in place. With our public defense system in particular, Jim Crow is alive and kicking. The word Jim Crow often conjure images of 1960s era, but racial discrimination is alive and well in many American neighborhoods half a century later in less visible, more insidious forms. Laws that made it illegal for blacks and whites to be buried in the same cemetery, which still goes on today. Most of these cemeteries separated blacks from whites with simply a fence or a sign. Some have been paved over or sit at the bottom of a lake. Cemeteries clearly shown to have one side well kept and maintained, while the other side is overgrown with weeds and brush. Federal lawsuits have been filed over these still segregated cemeteries. Laws that punished a Black person for seeking medical attention in a white hospital. To this day, Black people are simply not receiving the same quality of health care that their white counterparts receive. And the second-rate health care is shortening their lives, even when insurance status, income, age, and severity of conditions are comparable. People of color are less likely to be given appropriate care to receive kidney dialysis or transplants, and to receive the best treatments for stroke, cancer, or AIDS, and are more likely to die from cancer, heart disease, and diabetes simply because of their race or ethnicity, not because they lack access to health care. Algorithms widely used in U.S. hospitals to allocate health care to patients have been systematically discriminating against Black people. The algorithm was less likely to refer Black people than white people who were equally sick to programs that aim to improve care for patients with complex medical needs. These algorithms are used to care for about 200 million people in the United States each year. While the Fair Housing Act of 1968 civil rights legislation signed by Lyndon B. Johnson prohibits inequitable treatment on the basis of race and other factors, it has been found as recent as 2019 that real estate agents steer white clients towards predominantly white neighborhoods and people of color toward neighborhoods with higher minority populations and lower incomes. While racial steering and predatory lending play a big problem in housing, crime-free ordinances seem to be an equally harmful form of discrimination that's perfectly legal. Crime-free housing ordinances are either overlooked or defended as justified on the grounds that they only affect those who have previously committed criminal offenses. There's a long history of using the narrative of Black criminality as justification for segregation. The myth of the Black criminal was used to justify many of the Jim Crow laws. Far too many people have bought into these narratives, which make it easier for policymakers to justify exclusions. But the rhetoric continues to drive mass incarceration and its impact on Black people and Black communities. By allowing, and in some cases requiring, landlords to make housing decisions on the basis of tenants' contacts with the legal system, these policies treat applicants and tenants as suspects, blurring the line between housing and policy. By perpetrating narratives of Black criminality, white community members who are suspicious or resentful of people of color enforce their racism by weaponizing the police, causing a spike in police officers responding to complaints about Black people. The increased police contact causes a range of risks for Black people. When crime-free ordinances are in place, these police contacts can be used to exclude Black tenants from white communities, resulting in legal segregation. These ordinances should not encourage landlords to exclude people with a conviction, regardless of how old the conviction is, the nature of the underlying conduct, or the individual's post-conviction record. As the world has paused to analyze the deficiencies of police departments, it is not enough. We have to examine all areas of systemic injustice. That includes schools, which now have an opportunity to rise to the occasion and improve. Where students live determines the quality of education students will receive. Schools that are predominantly Black are underfunded and have a higher rate of inexperienced and unlicensed teachers. School funding and resources are linked to state and local resources. The lack of school resources are an indication of how racially biased policies underserve certain communities. Schools that are predominantly white have lower rates of BIPOC teachers. How do Black and brown children stand a chance to succeed when the ones responsible for educating them view Black and brown students through the lens of bias and stereotypes? Negative stereotypes about Black and brown students are exacerbated through the media. There are often clips that portray BIPOC as violent or aggressive. The problem is magnified by school curricula. Half-hearted attempts at cultural celebrations by white teachers are insufficient. Having made progress to reduce intensely segregated schools in the 1960s, legislation in the 1990s released hundreds of U.S. school districts from court-enforced integration. Law enforcement is being called into schools to discipline Black students on school grounds at rapid rates, leading to a phenomenon that has been known as the school-to-prison pipeline because it's channeling students right into the criminal justice system. Racial bias in school leaders and teachers affects how they engage with students. Learned negative stereotypes dictate how we engage with different racial groups. School boards, faculty, and community members all over the country have been fighting against implementing anti-racism policies in education, as we have seen recently in Burlington, Wisconsin. We have seen the damage that school bullying has done over the years, with teens unaliving rate increasing. Why is there debate over implementing anti-racism policies? Students across the country are engaging in racial hate while faculty turns a blind eye. When did we get away from the times where school leaders were responsible for creating a safe learning environment for all students so they thrive? Some may claim that slavery has ended, but tell that to the inmates who are kept in cages and told that they don't have any rights at all, who are relegated to a subclass of human existence in our prisons. There is no alternative to justice. There is no other option. Choosing to line the pockets of prison owners over providing basic defense for the people who line them. Is that the America that we really want to live in, where money is more important than humanity, where criminality is confused with mental health? The Sixth Amendment was ratified in 1791. It's been 229 years since then. Let's finally guarantee its right to all of our citizens. As kids, we're taught that there's good and evil, and the good guys are the heroes that save the day, and the bad guys are the criminals behind bars. But that's just not reality. Being a convict doesn't mean that you're bad. When you visit a prison, you learn that the so-called criminals are just people who have been put through hell. Most will say that criminals don't deserve a second chance because they are morally deficient, dangerous, and unworthy. This is true even when people have not been convicted of a crime, and especially true when those people are black. But what successful person in life has not been given a second chance? Even the most vilified people in our society can turn their lives around. They just need help. When you don't give people a chance to get better, then you rob them of their families, their futures, and any ounce of hope. Once you lose hope, you lose your will to live. This isn't just about prisoners. It's about families. Wives, husbands, and children suffer immensely when a loved one is locked away. Think about all the young girls and boys who have never done a bad thing in their lives and lose a parent to an unjust system. And not only are they likely to fall below the poverty line, but the trauma that they suffer wreaks havoc on them for the rest of their lives. Reuniting families is the first step to building a better society. The problem is that most people believe that these criminals don't deserve help. Instead, it's go to jail, pay your debt, and get a fresh start. But there's no such thing as get a fresh start when you've been inside the system. It becomes all that you are remembered for. It's like quicksand. It sucks you in. We all need to work harder to see the good in people instead of the bad. And that's for all of us, no matter what mistakes we make. To just have the ability to be better. And we continue to have voices that are still not being heard. We need to stop blaming the defendants and start blaming ourselves for a system that tears apart families by incarcerating every man of color that steps foot in a courtroom, and then we scold them for not raising their children right. When does the cycle end? It seems no matter how far or how high people of color climb, the system will find a way to pull them back down. Sorry, I thought I had to keep kind of going. I thought I wrote some shit in here about the fucking lines. Because I knew I wrote an article about systemic stuff. I didn't put everything in there because I didn't want to like overwhelm all the whiteys. And I was trying to like skim that article, and I'm like, fuck, dude, I can't find it. Yeah, it is all truth. I may have to read a portion of that here fucking soon. I got some bad news for all of you. Some bad news,
What
bad
their values
news.
are in answer to a legal question. They're telling you how they're going to decide a case. The redistricting map is an entirely political act. It involves political calculation. It involves communities of interest. It involves give and take. It involves compromise. It involves the political process. It is political from start to end. Now, there are legal elements.
Nerds. Since we started looking for a better cashback credit card.
Options. Commercials? This is the first commercial we've had. Oh, and it's a long one. Jesus Christ.
To a map. The phrase least change is meant to capture what the court's responsibility is when it has to consider a redistricting map. See, we do have legal standards for what a map must do. It has to have equal population. And if you look at our Constitution, Article 4, Section 4, it tells us that the districts must be compact and contiguous. These are legal requirements. And courts are for the law and the law alone. It's not for politics. And so when a map comes to the court with a challenge that it is unlawful in some regard, the court's responsibility is limited to considering the legal challenges, not the political challenges. How districts get apportioned according to political considerations must have no purchase in the courts, unless we are dead set on tearing down the distinctions between the branches of government that our Constitution creates. But if we are going to preserve the constitutional order, if we are going to make sure that our courts exist wholly and only for the purpose of deciding legal questions, then we can't let our values, our personal values, or our personal politics reorient what the different branches of government are supposed to do. When that map comes to the court, its mandate is the same as with respect to every other case that has ever come before the court or will ever come before the court. Decide questions of law, not politics.
Thank you, Judge.
That was a total Supreme Court answer. All right, so Melinda sent this article. So this is about gerrymandering. So this is like the worst of the worst. So you see how this little map looks. Let's see if I can blow this up bigger for you. So this blue area, this dark blue area, like you see how small that is? So imagine that being like black and brown community, and that's their votes. They gave them like nothing area to vote in, right? And then this would be like conservative. So I think this is Ohio. This one's in Baltimore. See how you got these big ass fucking areas? Look at this big ass piece on the right, and then you got like, what the fuck is this? So this is like real mapping shit. This is like true shit. That's in Baltimore. So this says the 7th district is living proof that racial gerrymandering is partisan gerrymandering and vice versa. It is heavily democratic and gives off several narrow tendrils that encompass major black population centers, including far-off Birmingham. In the special Senate election of 2017, Democrat Doug Jones won the statewide popular vote by 1.5% points, yet the only district he carried was the 7th district. So both sides do this. They remap these fucking lines. They move these lines around so that they can control the votes. So both sides are guilty of it, but the right does it a lot more. Here's Baton Rouge. So it says the black voting age population of the 6th is 21.5%. The reason that percentage is not higher is because in 2011, Republicans moved a large number of African Americans who live on the north side of Baton Rouge into the heavily Democratic second. The result was an extremely packed majority-minority district that reaches New Orleans and looks almost surrounded by a very oddly shaped and disfigured District 6. Western Maryland. This is Houston. Look at this one. Look how fucking tiny this little thing is. So this says the second district held since the start of the year by Dan Crenshaw is the result of extreme Republican gerrymandering in Texas. If the district were less oddly shaped and contorted, it would actually be quite difficult for a Republican to win in this area. Demographic and population shifts show that the Houston metropolitan area is becoming increasingly more Democratic. It recently took Crenshaw 5 days and 100 miles to run from one end of his district to the others. Here's Austin, Atlanta, another Ohio one, Detroit, look at Chicago, look how tiny that one is, North Carolina, yeah, the right is taking it to an art form. Yeah, they really have. They really have. It's bad.
Dr. Mitchell?
I think I'll start my comments around this idea from Justice Ginsburg in her dissent
Marjorie
in
Taylor,
Shelby County
Indian Green.
versus
I
Alabama
can't stand her.
versus
She's a
Holder.
fucking lunatic.
And Justice Ginsburg said the evolution of voting discrimination into more subtle second-generation barriers is powerful evidence that a remedy as effective as preclearance remains vital to protect minority voting rights and to prevent backsliding. She said the second-generation barriers are no longer subtle. It's a reminder that when we think about the nature of maps and the decision that the Supreme Court was, in many ways, had to make that decision, it is because our democracy in many ways has become broken. Partisanship has become broken, and now they're looking to courts to answer questions for which courts should be focused on the law, but now we're being forced to answer questions because democracy is no longer working. So I think in order to restore people's faith in our democracy, what we need to do is to ensure that legislative districts are drawn in a fair, nonpartisan way. And I think the way how extremely partisan our maps have gotten, we're saying to folks, both on the left and to the right, that your voices don't matter in these districts. Only party leadership does. So I think you're right, in the sense that, yes, the law is a place for us to consider these bigger things, but it's also the implications that our laws will have upon the lives of people that I believe our Constitution asks for us to be able to make. Just an example that we were given earlier when we talked about overturning Plessy and implementing Brown versus Board of Education. They implemented that idea not because they were following the law, because they understood the implications of having children educated in separate environments and what that meant. It's also the understanding of why the Supreme Court also supported same-gender marriage, because of the social implications for what this also looked like as relates to privacy. So I believe our maps that we have now have rid so many people of a particular voice that is necessary, and the standard of least change approach. Anytime as a African American in judicial spaces hear the word least change approach, it just brings up all kind of past trauma of how people didn't want to change stuff because it did not empower our communities And our communities, whether it is Black or it is Native, I bet you if you had some Native jurists here, the same thing, our Indigenous community would say the same thing. Least change approach always means the same. It always means wait. It always means never. And it always means more oppression and more pain for folks who don't have voice in the political process. So the role in which we want to play, we all have values, and it is important to you to know our values so you can decide who you want to be sitting in that black robe making decisions about the values of our state. I'm gonna say this and I'm done. I wasn't born in Wisconsin, but I chose Wisconsin as a place to have my children, as a place to build community because of the values of the people that I see in this state. All throughout this state, I've traveled, my wife and I traveled this entire state with the intended purpose of introducing the state to a judge named Everett Mitchell. And everybody in my community was like, you got to be careful when you go throughout the state. And I said to them, when I gave a 5-minute speech and the person asked me, you want to come hang out with us later? I was like, okay, this is Wisconsin because it is more welcoming. And those are the people that I make sure that we pay attention to in that space because they are the ones who we are making a constitutional commitment to ensure that we're following the rule of law a particular kind of way. Thank you.
All right, we'll do one more question for all of you and then take some audience questions. Judge Duro, we'll start with you on this one. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 2008 that the right to bear arms doesn't only apply to militia, but to all individuals. In doing so, it overturned the District of Columbia's handgun ban and requirement that lawfully owned rifles and shotguns be kept unloaded, disassembled, or bound by a trigger lock. Would you have sided with the majority or minority in that case? And please explain why.
Hang on, we're going to pause this. So she went to, during her campaign run, she went to a whole bunch of gun ranges, okay? Now get this. Her and her husband want to open up a gun range, and they want to have Easter egg hunts for kids all throughout, like, the gun range. There was this big-ass fucking article that was fucking written about this. Let's see what her answer is about Second Amendment.
That was a lot. Hold on, can you read that question one more time?
Yeah.
That was like 19 statements in one. Say it one.
Thank you.
I will repeat it one more time.
Okay, go ahead.
The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 2008 that the right to bear arms doesn't only apply to militia, but to all individuals. In doing so, it overturned the District of Columbia's handgun ban and requirement that lawfully owned rifles and shotguns be kept unloaded, disassembled, or bound by a trigger lock. The question is, would you have sided with the majority or minority in that case? And please explain why. Judge Duro.
In our country, we have not only the Constitution that's made up of the original words of our founders, but then we have the Bill of Rights. And within that Bill of Rights, there are a number of very important rights that are important to our communities, are important to our democracy. And I believe we shouldn't pick and choose which ones we need to follow. As with any case before me, I'm going to start with the law.
Shut the fuck up,
I'm going to look at what the law means.
I'm fucking disgusted.
I'm going to consider the challenge that is before me, the facts of that case, and then apply the law as written to the facts of that case.
You said this the last time, and the time before that, dude.
And justice.
Shut up.
Is. I think we all can imagine
Answer the question.
A variety of settings where the Second Amendment is brought to the Supreme Court for a decision, or that is implicated in a case. I want to be true to my ethical obligations about not prejudging or letting my personal biases or opinions, or even what I want the law to be or not be, influence what I do. And that means I need to start again, as I've said before, with the facts, with the law, and only render a decision that addresses those very specific things. So because cases raising the Second Amendment are very likely to come before the Supreme Court, I'm going to leave my answer at that and make a pledge to all of you that once again, I will start with the law and I will apply that law to the facts. Every decision, every time.
Just fucking say you support the
So I've
Second
heard the
Amendment.
Second Amendment is something of a
And
controversial
you would not
provision
have
of our Bill of
fucking
Rights.
required gun locks.
You know, one of the reasons that we create constitutional language is to put it beyond the reach of simple majority rule, right? It might be that at any given time in our history, the people would favor the keeping and bearing of arms. And then time goes along, circumstances change, and people might decide, well, I don't like that so much anymore. But we have a way of accommodating those changes in time. We call it amendments. The Second Amendment came into existence, as its name states, as an amendment. Did not exist in the original Constitution. So the question is, when we see that language that promises the right to keep and bear arms, what do we do with it? Do we take a survey of current impressions and preferences and determine, do most people like the terms of the Second Amendment? And if they do, then we will uphold the terms and we will say that it is okay to keep and bear arms. Or do we say, you know, times have changed and people really aren't that committed to the keeping and bearing of arms anymore, and so as justices, we're going to strike that down. The role of the court is to not look at passing fads and fancies, changes in political opinion, is to apply the law. Now, in this instance, the question is, what did that language mean when it was passed and adopted in 1791? So the role of the court is to discover the original public meaning of the terms included in the Second Amendment, and then to faithfully apply those without regard to what opinion polls might say today about the popularity or lack thereof of the Second Amendment. And that's the role of a justice. And I can tell you, it's not easy. There are rulings that I've made that were commanded by our law, by our Constitution. And I was raked over the coals, sometimes by the left, sometimes by the right. But my commitment every single time was to simply applying the law as it exists, because my confidence is in the people of Wisconsin, that if they are so opposed to a particular standard, if they are so desirous of changing the law, they will move heaven and earth to make sure that it changes. And they've done that a lot.
That is true.
You can look at our Constitution and go through and see all the amendments that have occurred over time. So my confidence is in the people of Wisconsin, not in 4 lawyers sitting in a Madison courtroom, thinking that they know what the Constitution ought to say, thinking they know what the law ought to be. Our responsibility is to set that aside and wait for the people of Wisconsin to make their call. Do I think the Heller decision was right? Of course it was. It inquired into the original public meaning of the Second Amendment, and that's precisely what it meant, the right to keep and bear arms. Do I understand that there are people who wish that that were not true? Yes, I do. And to those of you, I suggest you do your organizing and you follow the constitutional process for changing that, rather than asking your members of the court to disregard their oath of office, to steal the power of the people of Wisconsin or the legislature to change it themselves.
Thank you. Judge Mitchell?
I'll start by answering your question up front. Is that since I didn't actually, hear the facts of that case, I'm not going to tell you how I would rule in that case. Does that make sense? No? All right. But in terms of values, what I think is very important is, I think Dan said something when he talked about, well, one group that disagrees is that we should really be paying attention to our law enforcement officers, our rank and file, who also indicated that the number of guns on the streets outnumber the amount of Americans that we have. Everybody in America, if we look at all the guns on the street, everybody could have 7 guns on them. And I think listening to groups of people, one are law enforcement, who have been saying about the number of guns on the streets makes their job almost unsafe. I think about the tragic case of the young man, 10 years old, in Milwaukee, took his mother's life. It is a reminder that guns are not toys.
This just
How
happened.
we play with guns are not toys. How we talk about these guns and these mass violent tools that are being used.
He killed his mom because
is a consistent reminder.
I don't remember the exact details, but it was something like she wouldn't buy him like a PlayStation or something, and he fucking shot her in the face.
Reminder of us that the decisions that we make and how we make them, how we understand the rule of law and what that looks like has real implications on people's lives. Now, I'm a carry and conceal owner, and so I have my permit, and so I recognize the importance of Second Amendment, and I recognize and I own that, because that is an important value that I think everybody should have. But the stuff that we're seeing right now has far-reaching implications of people whose lives are being taken on an everyday basis. Murder rates all the way in Milwaukee and different states around us remind us of the critical nature in which we are supposed to be engaging in these conversations. We may not understand how we will rule because of the fact that, we're supposed to follow the rule of law. It is clear that when certain facts come to us a certain kind of way, it is important for us to think about the implications that our rulings will have on the facts that are being presented to us. And when we make our rulings and when we demonstrate our rulings, we need to make sure that they're narrowly tailored so as not to, lean so far one way to give one group of influence, or lean another way that totally takes away the capacity for one group not to be able to get the voice and advocacy that they need. Because at the end of the day, lives are being lost when we are not being attentive to the commitment that we have to the rule of law, but also to the lives that are impacted when we don't do our jobs as consistently and importantly as we need to. So thank you.
Thank you, Judge Bertazewitz.
That's a very challenging question. I have not carefully read the dissent. I have not carefully read the majority opinion. I don't know what the legislative history is behind the law in the District of Columbia. I didn't hear the attorney's arguments. I haven't reviewed the briefs. So I'm not able to tell you, do I agree with the majority or the dissent in that case? I can't tell you. What I can tell you is it's all a balancing act. Obviously, we have the Second Amendment. People are entitled to bear firearms. We all know that. I also can tell you that I know lots of responsible firearm owners, many responsible firearm owners. I also have seen many irresponsible firearm users. So the question becomes, was that an overreach by the United States Supreme Court, or was it an appropriate decision? On this particular case, I'll tell you, I am well aware of what's going on in the community with firearms. I am well aware that the people in the community frequently don't feel like they're safe because of the number of firearms in the community. But like I said earlier, I can also tell you there are many, many responsible firearms owners and firearms users. So I'm not going to take a position on this case until I very carefully read it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're getting close to time, but we have 2 quick audience questions. The first one, I'm hoping you do it like in 3 sentences or less. All right. Favorite founding father and why? Justice Kelly, you were up first.
This should be good.
I guess I'd have to say Alexander Hamilton.
Oh, come on, man. Everybody gonna say Alexander Hamilton. You done seen the musical. You done seen the musical, y'all.
So here's the thing. So I can't rap, but he's still my favorite. And I think the reason for that is because he wrote so extensively about the nature of the court and its function. He really was the first expositor of the important but limited role that the court has in a constitutional scheme of government. He understood the dangers that happen when you combine the powers of different branches into one. He called the court the least dangerous branch. Why? Because it has neither the power of the sword nor of the purse. It can't require anything. It can't do anything with motive force. That belongs to the executive branch. All it has is its judgment. And he goes on to say that even the execution of that judgment is entirely dependent on the executive branch. It is the least dangerous, but only so far as it does its job and only its job. Because he went on to say that if it should ever combine itself with the powers of the legislature, that would then become the very definition of tyranny. What I've heard a fair amount this afternoon is my opponents talking about their values and what they think that the law ought to do. That is the step towards the combination of the power of the judiciary and the legislature. That is a step we cannot take. Alexander Hamilton is my favorite because he explained the importance of keeping those branches separate. And he went on to explain the dangers that occur if the court steps outside of its constitutionally limited role. So that's why he's a and great Broadway production. I'm sorry, that was maybe 4 sentences?
Four run-on sentences.
Yes, indeed they were.
Judge Mitchell.
Well, to go off what he said, Alexander Hamilton, I'm not going to take away my shot. All right? I think for me, if I have to give an answer, which is always complex, for African American whose communities were enslaved during the time of the founding of this country, I would say Thomas Jefferson probably gives me the greatest one because he also penned those revolutionary words, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But he was also the one who also codified the idea of what race is in the Notes of State of Virginia when he said that that blacks are inferior and whites are superior, giving our country the first time a theory of race in our country. So it is the juxtaposition of founding fathers who also aspired for what this country, this young country, to become, but it's also recognition that as they had the aspiration for some, they didn't have that aspiration for others. And so I live in that intricate space of balance between those two communities at the same time, because there were so many who were not included in that space, and yet at the same time, those are the same values, again, that my mentor and God mentor, Justice Marshall, said that we have a right to live in as well. And they use that same argument to say we should overturn these laws that oppress people and make sure that we have integration in our community. So you stole Alexander Hamilton, so I had to go to Thomas Jefferson.
Judge Protasiewicz, please.
Our founding fathers were obviously a brilliant group, but they had some flaws, right? I like the 2 founding fathers that my opponents have mentioned. So since we'll go with somebody else, I'll take John Adams. Brilliant, creative, hardworking, hard, scrappy New Englander, staying away from Abigail, fighting so hard to form this country. So I'll go with John Adams.
Thank you. Judge Doro.
I'm going to take a little bit different approach to this. And I think back to our very first president, George Washington.
Jesus Christ.
And the reason why I'm selecting him is because he had an unwavering commitment to his faith in the face of incredible tyranny. A man who, kind of like a David against Goliath, went out and led our troops in battle against the tyrannical government that King George had thrust upon the colonies.
There you go. There's your January 6th insurrection. I fucking told you guys.
There were a lot of women supporting those men, women like Betsy Ross, of course. But I can still look at someone like George Washington and be very proud of his faith and how he brought that faith to his role as president. And I'm proud to say I like him a lot.
Of course you do.
All right, last
you
question for all
fucking
candidates.
We the people.
The
Fuck.
state's high court has and is expected to hear many cases addressing voting laws. Judge Mitchell, we'll start with you. How do you plan to protect voting rights?
You know, as I've always talked about, for me, voting is an essential part of my values because it is rooted in the law. In 1965, when they signed the Voting Rights Act, the whole intention of the Voting Rights Act was that all branches of government, including civil rights leaders who endured the brutality of Selma, was to expand access for all people to participate in the political process at the local, state, and national level. Anytime we have an erosion of that law and those principles, we're losing what is foundation for our community. So I say for me, obviously, I don't know facts. I don't know what cases may be brought. I don't know any of those issues, but I can tell you that being able to overcome so much in the historical nature of our community so we could be able to check that box is in my DNA. And so it is a consistent value that I want to make sure that we protect that value and we make sure that within our discretion to be able to view the law a certain way, that the lenses that we have are rooted in making sure that we protect that. I don't wear glasses, but I have a bifocal-like lens when it comes to the Constitution. I believe we have to have a sense where we pay attention to the historical nature of the document, but we also have to have a living approach to it to understand the implications of where the law moves us to. And so for me, there's nothing more critical than the voice of the democracy of people and making sure that they have access to the ballot and making sure they have access to the right to vote. And that goes from no matter how young you are, how old you are, everybody should make sure that they have access to that. And when we can make those decisions, and we do, I think we must lean always on the side of opening our democracy rather than shrinking it.
Thank you. Judge Bertazewitz.
Thank you. I think this question dovetails into some of the areas that we've already talked about, right? Our founding fathers, maps, gerrymandering. And I suspect the reason we are asked about our favorite patriot or founding father has to do with what our values are, what our history has taught us, what we think going forward. Remember, we fought that battle against Great Britain in the 1700s when it wasn't necessarily popular. A third of the people wanted to split from Great Britain. A third of the people wanted to stay with Great Britain, and about a third of the people were indifferent, right? But that third who were really, really fighting to separate, were fighting to separate for one reason. They wanted fair representation. Remember the Boston Tea Party? Remember the Stamp Act, everything we've talked about? Taxation without representation, it all comes back to that. And then that question dovetails with that gerrymandering
she's
question.
so funny.
When I said to
She's
all of you,
supporting
do the
riotous
voters pick
activity
the
right now.
politicians or do the politicians pick the voters, right? It all comes back to representation, and every single person's voice should be heard. That is what is so critically unique about this country. Every single person's voice should be heard. So will cases be coming to the Wisconsin Supreme Court? I would suspect so. But I can tell you our entire history is all about our democracy and having everybody's voice heard. Thank you.
Judge Durrell.
So not only is the right to vote essential, it is core to our democracy. I also believe that election integrity is vital.
Oh,
The
shut
system
the
needs
fuck
to
up,
be
Trump
fair
Jr.'s
and
daughter.
reliable, and the people need to be confident that it works as it should. In future cases making ballot access claims, I will apply well-developed case law from the United States Supreme Court.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
And as with any case that comes before the court,
Dude.
I will listen to the challenge
Shut
and
up!
then apply the law fairly
Shut
and
up!
faithfully
No,
to the
you won't.
facts of that case.
Shut up. I'm going to give Daryl Brooks my fucking
you.
article that you are fucking against
Kelly?
So I believe part
minority
of the
people.
question
Shut
was,
up, Doro.
how will you enforce the law? Could you read that part again?
How do you plan to protect voting rights?
All right. So my plan to protect voting rights is to do my part of the job. So this goes back to the whole question about what is the proper role and function of the court within a constitutional construct. Now, I know we're sitting here talking about a Supreme Court election, and so we're focused pretty heavily on the court side of it. But a justice must never lose sight of the fact that the justice resides in only 1/3 of the government created by our Constitution. And the protection of voting rights is a collaborative work amongst the three branches. The legislature makes the law, the executive executes the law, and the court does one thing. It resolves legal questions about the law. It doesn't tell the legislature you didn't think wisely about this. It doesn't tell the legislature there's a better way of doing this. It doesn't tell the executive you should be more energetic. A proper justice concentrates on simply the role of the court to decide disputed questions of law and use that to resolve the case, and nothing more. Now, some might have more ambitions for the role. Some may look at voting rights and say, we need to be more active in this. We need to reach outside the authority of the courts. We need to adopt laws that I think should be in place. Or perhaps we'll just stretch the boundaries creatively of the laws that are already there. And that's not for us to do. That would break faith not only with our Constitution, it would break faith with we the people of Wisconsin, because it would be going beyond what you have asked us to do. And we'd be venturing into that space that Alexander Hamilton warned about, where tyranny resides, when we start combining our power with the power of the other branches. How will I protect? First and foremost, by not exercising anything but judicial authority. And then by faithfully applying the terms of the law that your representatives and legislature have chosen. And then relying on the people of Wisconsin that if they think that there needs to be a different standard, that you'll take care of business. You'll let your legislators know that there needs to be a different standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all four of you for coming today. Thank you to our sponsors, Will and State Bar. Thank you all for coming. Listen, we appreciate the time. On behalf of Emily and myself, thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Man, that was something. Oh, dude, wait a minute. Wait, I think you guys got to see this. Hang on. Wait, hang on. I gotta pull this back up for you. Wait. I fucking dropped it. I dropped it. Hang on a second. Wait. Watch Doro. I don't know if I saw this right. Just hang on. Watch her. She's gonna get up. Oh, she did shake his hand. Oh, she did. All right, never mind. I was dropping the stream and fucking I didn't see her shake Dan Kelly's hand. I just saw her get up and walk right past him and shake the other two. I was like, oh, no way. Those two fucking hate each other, by the way. They can't stand each other. They can't stand each other. It's crazy when she's talking about how she likes George Washington, and the reason behind the fact that she likes Washington is because he stood up to tyranny, right? Listen to those words, and then listen to Trump, listen to fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene, listen to all these people, right? And then all the January 6th shit. I fucking said this, guys. I wrote this in my fucking article, that her bullshit is just, it literally recites January 6 people. Even in her vague fucking answers. She's dangerous. I'm telling you, she's dangerous as fuck. That woman has no business on the Supreme Court. What did you guys think of? I wish there were more people in here. I'd put up a poll to see which candidate you liked the best. But what did you guys like? What did you guys like about each one of them? Let's start with that. We'll do what did you like about each one of them? What did you dislike about each one of them? And then if you're here in Wisconsin, like if you lived here, who would you vote for in the end? I can't stand Doro just because I don't trust her. I don't trust her as far as I could fucking throw that woman. She doesn't answer questions. That means she's hiding some shit. She's got a fucking agenda. She's one of these we the people far-right extremist fucking nut jobs. She's dangerous. She's dangerous for fucking the left, and she's dangerous for just regular people on the fucking right. I would like I've said I will never leave Wisconsin because my son is here. If she got elected, I would leave. The day she was elected, I would leave. I would not be here. Mitchell, for me, I think Mitchell is just like, I think he's grandstanding. I like him from what I heard here. I liked his answers. I just thought he was grandstanding too much, and he's too much of an activist. I don't like that for the Wisconsin Supreme Court. If he was like, a leader in the community, trying to incite some change and, whatever, maybe the Senate, maybe something like that. Sure. I like him in a different role, not as a judge, and definitely not for the Supreme Court. Dan Kelly, just, I don't know, he reminds me of very traditional Supreme Court justice. Maybe that's because he's been on it before. There's things that Kelly has said, like, you guys saw this. We're obviously not playing like everything, but he said some shit in the background that I'm not really a fan of. There's some things that I think he'd end up voting on that I wouldn't agree with. You don't like the other woman? Peace Love doesn't like either of the ladies. I kind of feel that we need some progressive activists right now. Dude, I'm telling you, I knew it from, and I said this in the article, I've said this on a couple of streams. I knew Doro was not going to win going with fucking Amber Schrader. All that bullshit fucking rhetoric, dude. And people in Wisconsin know who Amber Schrader is. And it's what's comical to me, dude, is so funny. And I'm fucking emailing Amber in the morning. I'm in a fucking email that lunatic fuck. She's not going to respond because she doesn't respond to anything at this point because she views me. The reason we didn't get the fucking documentary is because she views me as a left-leaning journalist. And that pisses me off because here's the problem with if we would have gotten the documentary. So there would have been a bunch of fucking non-disclosure agreements signed. And all of these things that I would have found out in the middle of doing this documentary, I would not have been able to do Kevin, like the journalist with Never Stop Media. I would not have been able to expose any of that. And it would have came down to this like moral dilemma for me of like finding out a bunch of shit and going, holy fuck, I can't report this until after this fucking election. Right. And even still, it wouldn't have been reported on. It just would have come out in the documentary. And basically, because I was going to kind of implement myself in the documentary too. So like, because when you watch documentaries, right, it's always like these big corporate companies and, you know, these big conglomerates. There's not like these little tiny like people like me, especially, you know, like I'm considered a live streamer. Fucking live streamers aren't doing documentaries. So my plan, like if we would have gotten it, we would have basically followed her everywhere, filmed everything, been inside the house, filming her talking and, you know, just interacting with her family and, you know, just whatever, all the behind the scenes stuff. But I would have had me too, like in my house, like editing video, kind of talking to the camera about the challenges as like an independent working on a documentary style film to this magnitude and this importance. Like, you know, I would have talked about like the pressure that's put on me to do, you know, do this the right way. Obviously things we would have found out in the middle of all of this. I would have been talking to the camera about that and like this moral dilemma that it puts on me that like I have the responsibility to report shit to the public about what I know, but I can't because of non-disclosure agreements so that we can finish the documentary, which is the bigger purpose. But then it's like, is that the bigger purpose? Is finishing the documentary, or do we back out of the documentary to be able to report to the public what's actually fucking going on and why this lunatic would be so dangerous for the people of Wisconsin? So it would have been like, it would have been all that. And then, you know, it would have been nice. It would have been a good documentary. And there definitely would have been like good things you would have saw about her for sure. But I definitely would have fucking talked about the bad shit though too. 100%. They like, it's funny too because Amber was all about it on the phone, and then when I sent her over a bunch of, she wanted to see articles and videos, and I had to draft out like a whole pitch to send them. So when she looked into my shit, fucking, there was no answer, and I had to like follow up, and she's like, oh yeah, Judge Doro decided not to do it. So like, and to be fair to Doro, I'm not even sure that Doro actually knows that I even tried to do a pitch. Who knows? I think she would have denied me though anyway, but it's just fucking interesting. But I am going to email Amber and I'm going to be like, so fucking Ozaki County was lost to Janet. That's the county that you and your fucking nut job friend Scarlett fucking are Moms for Liberty in Ozaki County chapter, and you couldn't even secure your own fucking county. Do you care to comment? Oh man, fuck shit. It's too funny. Too funny. So the votes, like nothing's really changed. It's all still pretty much what we left off on. I mean, it's still showing 95% of the votes, but I'm sure there'll, you know, be some slight change, you know, over the course of the next couple of days. But it's showing that Janet's got 445,196 votes. Dan Kelly, 232,299. And Doro with 209,441. Fucking Everett Mitchell only got 71,768. Linda says, I love the rigged comment. Yeah, that was funny. All right, what did you guys not like about each of them? This fucking massive tooth infection. I got rid of it, but I had to get fucking amoxicillin. I got rid of it, but now it's back. So bad. I need this tooth pulled, and I can't right now. Doro's so pissed, bro, in her concession speech. I gotta find a better one. This started fucking. Oh, here's Kelly. You guys want to watch Kelly? See if I can pull his up. It's so hard in these article ones. Let's see if I can find one on YouTube. Right here. Doro reading her answers. Mitchell not able to appeal to voters outside his supporters. Kelly too slick. Janet a bit housewife. Needs polish. That's a good way to sum it up. Kelly is too slick, ain't he? All right, here's what Kelly had to say.
Kelly, 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 Kelly. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so very much.
Everyone, there's fucking 4 people there. What are you talking about?
It is splendid to see you. It's also splendid to see the vote totals. So thank you to my fellow Wisconsinites. I am truly grateful to my fellow Wisconsinites who, through their votes, have reaffirmed the centrality of the Constitution to the work of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. As the Irish say, 100,000 thanks to all of you. I am truly humbled and inspired by your confidence in me. Throughout this campaign, I have been regularly astounded by those who have surrounded me with their support and encouragement and prayer. and who undergirded our efforts with their investment of precious time and talent and resources. I can tell you, the power of Wisconsinites on the move is a wonder to behold. You have my deepest thanks for all the doors you knocked, the calls you made, the signs you pounded into the frozen ground, and the message of constitutionally protected liberty you carried to the most distant parts of our state. Without you, this campaign would have been nothing more than a mildly interesting familial conversation. So thank you for that. There is much work to be done before we can truly celebrate, because this is going to be an election like no other. Tonight, we join battle in the fight to preserve our constitutional form of government against a novel and grave threat. Janet Protasewicz's promise to set aside our law and our Constitution whenever they conflict with her personal values cannot be allowed to stand. Never before has a judicial candidate openly campaigned on the specific intent to set herself above the law, to place her thumb on the scales of justice, to ensure the results satisfy her personal interests rather than the command of the law. Let there be no mistake, for she is telling us in advance that she is planning to bring to the Supreme Court this ancient form of dishonesty, a dishonesty that has been universally condemned for thousands of years. If we do not resist this assault on our Constitution and our liberties, we will lose the rule of law and will find ourselves saddled with the rule of Janet. We must not allow this to come to pass. A few words for my opponents. Judge Jennifer Dorow has my respect for the good and important work she has done on the Waukesha County Circuit Court. I spoke to her just a few moments ago, and she was incredibly gracious and supportive. She's committed herself to supporting our efforts to win in April 4th, and for that I am deeply, deeply grateful. And for those of you who supported Judge Dorow, I admire your passion and your support for her candidacy in this race. It was truly a remarkable thing to see. My hope is that all of you and the rest of our fellow Wisconsinites who treasure our Constitution and the liberties that it protects will afford me an opportunity to earn your support as we enter this 6-week sprint to the general election on April 4th. Finally, I salute Dane County's District Court Judge Everett Mitchell, a thoughtful man I would have enjoyed debating throughout the general election campaign. Thank you all very much for your support, for your votes, for being here with me this evening. May our great God bless each and every one of you and our great state of Wisconsin. Thank you, everyone.
Dude, he badmouthed the shit out of Janet. He hates Dorow, but he said nice shit about her. Because he knows he needs Dorow's people now. So he has to fucking not talk shit. He needs her fucking people. And then had nothing to say about the black guy other than he's a thoughtful person. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know. I usually look, we don't really do a lot of political stuff on this channel. You know, we kind of cross the line a little bit because we talk about, you know, some law enforcement stuff. We talk about civil rights issues. So we kind of talk about some of these iconic Supreme Court cases and whatever. But I've gotten like very fucking involved in this Supreme Court run. I don't vote. I'll tell you guys that right now. I don't vote. So I'm not one of those people that I don't vote and then I just bitch. I don't vote. I never have. Never, ever, ever, ever. I don't know. I just like to sit back and shake my head. But this is, I mean, this has been, you know, basically, I don't know, since 2020, it's been interesting to watch all of everything just unfold. Very interesting. Who's all still here lingering around? The only one that's talking is Melinda. Who's all here lingering in the background? Type in the chat so I know who's here. We put some videos up on the page if you haven't seen them yet. I know a lot of people are not getting notified. We're shadow banned like a motherfucker on YouTube right now. Our stuff is not going out to people. Peace, love is here. So who are the other three lingering in the shadows in the background back there? Don't be shy, otherwise I'm gonna think you're all fucking stalkers. You probably are. So yeah, a couple new videos. So my own little personal journey documentary series is up. So the third episode is up there. And then today, Ben Crump announced that he's filing a wrongful death lawsuit against the federal government in the assassination of Malcolm X. So this should be a very interesting lawsuit. This will be something to watch. The people that were originally convicted in the assassination were found to not have been part of it, and they were awarded a bunch of money for wrongful convictions. So that video's up here, his little press conference about that. And then this video here.
What we got?
This is a really fucking insane video. Not the movie video that we're watching right now. As soon as the ad ends. All right, so this video here is a motif: Trump's dark inauguration speech, Sarah Huckabee Sanders' response to the state address, and now Kelly with his rant, all very dark and scary. Yeah, it is. For sure. So this video, so we released a body cam, or it was a dash cam video. Been trying to get our whole hands on the original video, and we finally did. The Facebook page, we also released not only the link to this video, but we released the documents in this entire situation. So the premise behind all of this, to explain what you're going to watch here real quick. So this is in Georgia, Paulding County Sheriffs, and they get a report that somebody is breaking into cars. And this sheriff is driving down the street, and he sees this dude walking down the street. And this is the encounter. Now, I read an article when I first heard about this, and the article I read said that kind of after this incident, it was found that this kid was not breaking into cars. They grabbed the wrong fucking person. But I cannot find that article now. So I didn't write it in the description. But this is a really fucked up video. So I put this up there. Make sure you guys, Watch this, share this out. The Malcolm X one is going to be really good. We'll see how far that gets. Because we know that the federal government wanted Malcolm X dead. Especially Hoover.
Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. Get your hands out of your pockets. Turn up your change, bud.
Excuse me.
You're being detained, bud. Don't take your backpack off. Take your backpack off.
Excuse me. What am I doing?
Take your backpack off.
Can you explain what this
Before
is
you go on the ground, take your backpack off.
I'm going to get picked up for work.
Come on. Since we want to play this game.
See, and like, watch the encounter though too. He's like, take your backpack off, but I'm holding your fucking arm that you need to take your backpack off. First off, this dude had fucking earbuds in his fucking ears. Couldn't even hear what he was saying originally. This kid has no idea what's happening.
Put your hands behind your back.
This is my phone.
Put it down.
Can you tell me what's going on?
Just put your hands behind your back before you end up on the ground.
I'm trying to drop my phone. Hello? Are you telling me what this is about?
You're being detained for a minute. You're matching the description of someone trying to break into people's cars.
I'm not breaking anyone's car.
I'm just going to work. Put your hands behind your fucking back.
I'm just going to work.
You dumb bastard.
Oh my God. I'm just going to work.
They don't know where we are.
Help me. I'm just going to work.
You got that? Yeah.
I'm just going to work. Ow. Ow.
I don't know.
Ow, please.
All right, so I'm only going to show that part. Yeah, that it's fucked. And then, I mean, all they do throughout the whole fucking videos, they talk shit about this kid. They keep cussing at him. He's not a kid. He's 29. I call him a kid because he's fucking way younger than me. But yeah, and they just keep cussing at him, talking shit about him. And then the paramedics fucking show up and they're like, oh, I should call my wife and fucking see if he broke into her fucking car. And then the cop's like, yeah, I had to slam him on the fucking ground. And like the one paramedic is like, oh, that, yeah, yeah, good. So it'd be interesting how this case turns out. This kid got real fucked up on that body slam, a lot of injuries. But yeah, check that video out. Let's see what else real quick, and then I'm going to jump off because I got to go to bed because we got court trials tomorrow morning. So we're covering the XXX Tentacion trial. So today was day 10. Tomorrow will be day 11. So again, like, we're being shadow banned. So a lot of people aren't being notified when we're going live or uploading videos, and it's affecting our views. So we definitely need your guys' help. We're putting up video content every single day, whether it's a live stream or just like a pre-recorded video. So we're live at 9:30 in the morning on the XXX trial. That's the one we're covering for right now. Like I said, the new Doro trial, jury selection starts on the 27th. So I would imagine within a couple of days after that Jesse Krajewski they'll like do day 1. So when that happens, we'll cover that. We'll go live for that trial because everybody wants to see fucking Doro. So that'll be the next trial that we cover. We kind of have a schedule of trials that we'd like to be covering. Yeah, and then Facebook. So we're banned on Facebook for another 18 days, which is not good. And supposedly it's because we were trying to live stream the Dahmer trial. So we were doing that on the weekends. We were streaming, we put up a poll like, hey, we want to stream like an old iconic case. Like, what do you guys want to watch? And a lot of people pick Dahmer because people haven't seen it. I've actually never seen it. So I was too young at the time. So yeah, we tried to multi-stream on YouTube and Facebook, and as soon as we set the stream up, I immediately got banned, and I got a 30-day ban. And it's not just the ban from going live. Like I can't use Messenger to make phone calls. We can't advertise on Facebook. Our posts are basically restricted, where we're like showing up at the bottom of people's feeds, and most times not even showing up. So we're posting every day on Facebook as well, but a lot of people aren't even getting notified of any of that. So make sure you guys are like liking and following all the different platforms that we're on. And if you're not getting a notification, we're definitely posting stuff. So please come check out the pages and see if there's some new content up there that you guys like, you're into it. If you are, you find something that you like, please share it because it helps us. So yeah, so that's kind of that. And then tomorrow I'm probably going to upload a video. It's not going to be a good video. There's some shit. I was kind of talking about it a little bit earlier today. There's some shit happening in the background that's not good. I kind of warned everybody about it. I said we're getting very dangerously close to some bad shit gonna start happening. And it's already started, and it's progressed into something far worse now. So because of transparency and all of that, I'm just going to fucking put it out there, and I'm going to fucking dox myself once again. So I'll do a video about that at some point. I'll probably pre-record it, probably after the coverage of the trial tomorrow. I'll fucking record a little video and then post it up there. But it's not good. It's not a good video. I'll be talking about some personal shit. So it's kind of where we're at with all of that. So that's that. Any last questions, comments, concerns, anything anybody wants to say? So, and just for full disclosure, I'm gonna be reading. I'm gonna draft out when I do these like announcements like this. I draft it out so it's said the right way. It's not just rambling on, talking. I actually didn't even think we were going to be on live as long as we were tonight. Fucking 6 hours. Anyway, anybody have anything? Otherwise, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to go to bed. I got to be up in 5 hours. Start getting the stream ready. No? All right. I'm going to jump off then. I will see you guys when I see you.